Elden Ring is a massive game. Seeing everything that it has to offer often takes playthroughs that last dozens of hours, which is why I challenged myself one day to see if I could beat all of its major bosses and complete the game in one sitting. Of course, we know it's possible to do this. Speedrunners can do it in less than 2 hours, even without any major glitches. But those runs still require a ton of practice, involving complex strategies to kill bosses and progress the game in the most efficient ways possible. While I have gained a ton of respect for speedrunning as a craft, I personally never cared for the arduous grind and constant resets required to reach such precision myself. So I wanted to see how fast I could kill all 15 Remembrance bosses just by playing the game normally, with nothing more than a strong build and my own existing knowledge of Elden Ring. No glitches, no skipping parts of the game, no complicated strategies, and no optimized route. I wanted to share my progress with this challenge to showcase that you don't have to be a pro speedrunner to beat a massive game like Elden Ring in a pretty impressively fast time. Other than the goal of trying to do things quickly, there's nothing in this run that goes beyond the scope of a casual Elden Ring playthrough. It's something that I genuinely think anyone who's played the game could pick up and run right now, and there are a ton of ways the run could be modified to be either easier or harder depending on your preference. I'll be doing my best to point those possible modifications out during the commentary, and I'll also be giving some tips and tricks that I use for the boss fights. So with all that out of the way, it's time to show you how you can beat all 15 Remembrance bosses in Elden Ring in 4 hours or less. Enjoy. So to start off this run, I like to go with the hero class, which is probably not meta. I know a lot of people really like the samurai. You'll see some instances where it definitely does come in handy to have the hero class, especially with the weapon and the starting stats that we have. I also take the lands between rune as my starting gift, and the reason for that is because we're not going to be killing basic enemies. One thing with any run like this, if you're going to attempt it, is you basically are going to be only killing what is required to beat the run. That is one of the only kind of speedrun conventions that I kind of adopt. Because if you fight your way through the level exploring and killing everything normally, there's no way you're going to reach the goal in a reasonable amount of time. I mean, you definitely could play through the game that way and see how long it takes you to like fully explore everything, but the whole thing for me doing this was I just wanted to see if I could do it in one sitting, essentially. So for this the grafted scion, I just run off the cliff right there, just because it's a faster death. You can't run off too early, so I kind of ran until he jumped down and then dove off. But you can also just run up to him and have him kill you. It doesn't super matter. I also took off all my armor here just because it makes you move a little bit faster, and I do a little bit of inventory management kind of while I'm opening the door, while I'm stuck in that animation. None of that is necessary. I just try to kind of make use of any dead time to do things. Like, I think when I'm on this elevator, I'll put my armor back on, and I think I used the rune here, or I definitely should have used the rune. That's a good time to use the Lance Between rune. And which I don't think I ever fully explained why I got that. It's because I don't fight pretty much anything for a while. And that's another thing with runs like this, especially with Elden Ring. And I got a little indecisive with whether I wanted my armor on or off. It doesn't super matter. It's a marginal time gain at best to take it off. But the reason why I grab the Lance Between rune is because I'm not going to be killing anything for a while. But I am going to need runes, and the first time that I'm going to be needing them is actually right here at Kale. So I think I'm going to just sell it to him. Yeah, which doesn't take long. You can just sell it to him. And I grabbed 3 cracked pots and the crafting kit there. We are going to be using the cracked pots for sleep pots, which are going to be very, very helpful with making the Godskin, the two Godskin bosses that we have to fight, a lot easier. And the nice thing about the sleep pots is the recipe for them is right here in Limgrave, so we're going to be getting it very early. And the materials for it are also very easily acquired along the route, so it's not anything complicated, which was kind of the theme for the run, which I kind of described in the intro. I think speedrunning is so cool, but for a couple of reasons, like I just don't really have the patience to constantly reset runs, to learn really specific tech on bosses. I just don't find that super fun. Especially because like when after doing so, like I feel like it kind of trivializes the game a little bit to the point where like it's almost impossible to just play the game normally once you've learned like just the insane optimal speedrun tech. So it just doesn't really interest me, and I'm sure there are other people out there that probably feel the same, which is kind of why I wanted to share this. But other than grabbing those few items from Kali, there's nothing really going on here. I just run straight to Torrent. I use the pouch for both Torrent and my flask, and that's something I've always done since my first playthrough. I think it makes the input just a little bit easier for me, I find. The pouch is like definitely one of my more underrated, appreciated features in Elden Ring. I don't know exactly what it is, but I feel like it just makes... Well, it makes a lot of... You don't have to worry about shuffling around your hotbar as much. And there we go, I put my... Here you definitely do want to put your armor back on, because we're actually going to be running past stuff now and we don't want to get hit. This Grace we do want to grab for sure, because we are going to be coming back here a couple times. I also grabbed this Stone Sword key, and I also, as soon as I grab that, I go up to the northeast here to grab the Strength tier, because we're going to be using a Strength build, and that's also part of the reason why I started with the Hero class, because it has the highest Strength out of all the starting classes, so it's going to be good for our build. We're eventually going to be using the Serpent Hunter, but it's going to take a while to get that because we need to essentially make it to Rykard. So this beginning portion of the run is going to be a little bit boring. It's probably part of the reason. I have done this a few times actually. I didn't record my first ever attempt at this because it was literally just off the cuff. But this I believe is my third attempt. My second run, I made a few modifications to the route, and I did another one after this with a different weapon just to see how it would play. And maybe I'll talk about that a little bit later. But I did modify things a little bit, because the early game, the first time I did this, was quite scuffed. But once you grab the Strength tier, you can just basically run straight east. Head across this bridge, because we're actually going to go get the Sleep Pot recipe. And this merchant here has a few more goodies for us. He'll have 3 Smithing Stone 1s and an additional Cracked Pot. I don't feel like that additional Cracked Pot is necessary. It's kind of like a safety extra pot to have, but I wouldn't say you need it if you want to save some runes there. And that's the thing with a run like this is, like, you can modify it a ton based on your own, skill level and comfort level with things. I definitely take some safer strategies for certain parts of the run, and I take riskier strategies for others just based on how comfortable I am with certain things. Like, there are certain bosses that some people might find really hard, but I'll fight a little bit earlier just because I'm more comfortable with them. And there are a lot of segments in this run that you can just swap out at random. That's also kind of why I didn't even bother making splits for the run, because even in this third attempt, when I had a bit more of a kind of solid idea of the route, I still changed things up on the fly a few times. And this is where I used that stone sword key to grab this green turtle talisman, which is just a simple stamina regen talisman. It's pretty useful, and we're actually going to be using it for the entire build, or for the entire run. because we don't get a ton of talismans in this run. Obviously, we're not going super out of our way to get anything. The reason I grabbed that one, I almost jumped off there, just because it's close to where the sleep pots are and where that merchant is, so it's kind of along the way and pretty quick to grab. Once I got that, I jumped down this cliff face, and you can definitely do this parkour on torrent if you want to. I find being on torrent on those super sketchy, so I never do it, but it's another kind of safety, slower strat, I guess. And this is where the cookbook is that we're going to want. I pick up these extra runes because, once again, we're not really fighting anything early on, but we are going to need, runes to buy stuff. So I do think it's worth grabbing these. But you definitely want to make sure you get the cookbook, because that's what has the sleep pot recipe in it. And now we're going to make our way to get our physic flask, because that's also going to be a very important item. I kill this guy by literally just spamming wild strikes. Yeah, wild strikes pretty goated Ash of War. He almost wrecked me there. That's never happened in any of my other runs. Usually if you just spam wild strikes, he dies, like, without much problem. I think it's because the angle was a little weird there. But yeah, he gives you an extra golden seed, and it's like a few, you saw, it just took like a few extra seconds. One of the big things I tried to do when routing this, when figuring out what to do, was think, like, what is good for my build? What can I use to build a strong character that is along critical path, that is along kind of the routes I'm gonna have to take anyway, so that there could be as much synergy as possible between what I have to do and what I can do to get stronger. You do want to light that grace, because we are going to be coming back here actually, and now we're going to go for a little shopping trip into the Mistwood. We are going to be getting a ton of really critical stuff here, and that'll be kind of the end of the first leg of the setup. Unfortunately, the setup is kind of long, which is part of the reason I don't know. Like, I wouldn't want to run this a ton. I couldn't imagine, doing this over and over again to try to really perfect the time. And that's, I believe, one of the biggest differences between a route like this and a pro speedrunner route that does this in like 2 hours, is they do only the very most essential setup. I do a lot more because I'm playing it a lot more casually. Those two crack tiers are very, very important. By that big tree, it's pretty easy to navigate to. Just follow the giant Erd tree, and then you can make your way directly pretty much west from there to the Mistwood runes. And once you find that sleeping rune bear, grab those Trina's lilies. Those actually are important because they're one of the ingredients for sleep pots. And then we're gonna go get what is probably the most important talisman of the run, or one of them, the Axe Talisman. And if you know Elden Ring really well, you probably can already tell that we're going to be using well, you probably already figured it out when I said I was using Serpent Hunter, but using a charged attack build. Because we just got the charged attack tier, we got the strength tier, and now we got the charged attack talisman, which is going to give us a huge buff for our charged attacks. And once you grab that in the Mistwood, you're going to head back east towards the tree, a little bit more south, until you find this merchant. There's a sign on the road next to him in case you get lost that kind of leads you on. He has 3 more smithing ones that we're going to use shortly, kind of shortly, and then we're going to basically run straight to Fort Height. You do want to, when you reach Fort Height, move off to the right here and grab this grace, because we are going to come back here when the meteor falls, because we're going to need to go underground for a whole bunch of stuff. And there's also a mushroom there. You're also going to see me picking up mushrooms kind of as I go, because those are also the ingredients for sleep pot. It's Trina's lilies and mushrooms. I don't really have like a dedicated spot for grabbing mushrooms. It's kind of because they're kind of just all over the place. I kind of just pick them up as I go. But if you're worried about like forgetting, or anything like that. There is 10 that you can get just by talking to Bach near the gate front. So that would be like maybe a minute out of the way to go get those 10. And if you do, that's probably all you would need for the run, I would assume. So after I light the graze, I just run through. I kill that guy because sometimes he will follow you up the ladder, which will prevent you from teleporting out, but you don't have to. I just like to have the reliable kill, and once I grab the Deck Dance Medallion, I'm going to warp out. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the Church of America, and we're actually gonna do something that I don't know if this is the best time to do it. It almost certainly isn't ideal placement for this segment. I go to Dragon Barrow right now to get some late game upgrade materials, the second half of the Dectus and Radagon's Source Seal, which is a really, really important early game talisman. And the reason I get it now is simply because we don't really do any leveling. We don't really do any leveling until we start fighting bosses. And Margit is going to be the first boss that I fight, who can be kind of scary. I mean, I am going to have an upgraded flask and an upgraded weapon, but I feel like considering we kind of have to go here anyway for the somber 8 and 9. Plus you get an extra golden seed right there, which is nice. I do this now, but this segment, you definitely, if you're uncomfortable going through here, which I wouldn't blame you if you are, you could definitely slot this section in later in the run. That dragon looks scarier than he is. You can just run. You should be able to just horse your way past him. I've never, in any of my runs, he's never caused an issue. There's also a few extra rune drops over to the left here in another graveyard. This is another, I guess you could consider a safety strat. But I just like to pick them up because, once again, we are very poor at this point around, especially that Golden Rune 8. And now we're going to make our way to grab the Somber 8 and 9. One other thing about kind of the setup for this that I hadn't really thought about ahead of time was that I had never really used charged attacks like all that much. I was more of an Ash of War user, generally in Elden Ring. I used a lot of Ashes of War, a lot of jump attacks. I was more of a jump attack person, and I'd never really done a proper strength build. So I did want to kind of see how the Serpent Hunter fared. So that's why I kind of used it in my first ever run, because I know it is very, very popular amongst speedrunners even outside of the Rykard fight. But what I really realized with just that weapon, and even with this weapon, just this basic axe that I'm using, is this run really kind of showed me the power of charged attacks. They really are. They're a little bit higher skill ceiling than your basic jump attacks or using Ashes of War, but they can absolutely dummy bosses. And the nice thing about it is, other than having to be a little bit more precise, a little bit more kind of careful about when you use them, obviously, because you have to commit to a long animation, playing carefully and exploiting the opportunities when they come can be extremely powerful. This is not a very good Scarab kill. I'm trying to either stagger him or force him off the cliff. I eventually get him off the cliff, but it was a struggle. I've actually died here in one of my runs. I got a little overzealous and ended up diving off the cliff, which is pretty bad because you get reset to the Flask Church Grace. So don't get too overzealous when fighting that Scarab. You definitely don't want to die in this area. And then if you just drop down, there's a Somber 9. We won't be using these for a while. It's just because I want the Source Seal now. that I figure it's not worth taking 2 trips here. Since I'm already right here, I might as well grab it. And now I'm gonna go to Fort Faroth, where we'll finish the second part of the setup, and there is a third and kind of even a fourth portion of the setup. Yeah, the run doesn't really get started for like about 40 minutes. It's about 40 minutes of setup, which is definitely the biggest downside to Elden Ring being so big. I mean, one of the benefits of it is I do think there is a ton of freedom in this game and in this run to kind of do things in different orders and try out different routes. But yeah, the beginning, it is just a lot of running around on Torrent. One thing to note here is if you rest at this grace, you will be taken to Round Table Hold. Basically, any grace outside of Limgrave will take you to Round Table Hold, so I hold off because I don't want to go there yet. And this run seems very scary, and it is, because all these are very late game enemies. But if you just beeline it to the ladder like I just did, like go around the wall, don't stop, just go straight for it, you should generally be fine. You might get poisoned on the way up, but that's not too big of a deal. If you do, you can still make it. And there's the Dectus, and the run to the Sore Seal is a little bit scarier, because there are some rats who will not quite one-shot you, but close. So you do want to make sure you're definitely full health at least. And right around this corner, there's going to be a small and a large rat, and I don't really have a perfect strategy for dealing with them other than roll and try your best, which I know is not ideal. And then I try to get out. It's about a 50-50. Yeah, I didn't make it out there. I've made it out a couple times. I didn't make it that time. But yeah. It's not the end of the world if you don't make it out. There's a Golden Rune 12 that is really nice. I think it's 7,250 runes, which is a really nice boost for early in the run if you can grab it, but it's not worth going back in specifically for that. I teleport back to Stormvale, and we're going to skip the castle and go to Liurnia, because we right now have a +2 weapon with no levels, which is not ideal for fighting Margit in an efficient way. So we're going to be doing a little bit of smithing stone running in Liurnia. And this part is actually one of the bigger changes I made in between my first and second attempts at this route. Yeah, I see we're already 20 minutes in. And that's also why I don't have any kind of timer on screen. By the way, the game has a very accurate in-game timer just within itself. So you don't need like live split, or you don't need any external software to be able to actually do this. It's nice to have in-game time too as a metric, which means like loading screens and stuff like that won't interfere with your time, which is nice. Well, it also does mean you could save time by doing like quit outs, but I find doing quit outs not only annoying because it takes longer in real time to quit out at a door than it does to just wait for the door to open, but it also is like kind of feels like a skip to some degree. Like you're skipping kind of an animation that was intended to be played. See, I'm just picking up more mushrooms there, as I'll keep mentioning every now and then. So yeah, I don't do any quit outs, even though it would be beneficial to do so. You can do them or not if you want. I just find them kind of boring. Here, I do grab this second sacred tier. You should have already gotten one from the Flask Church. The main problem, well, I shouldn't say the main problem, but one kind of issue we run into with this run is we don't get a lot of sacred tiers, because the route I do pretty much completely avoids Weeping Peninsula and Altus Plateau, which is where a lot of the sacred tiers are. So our flask is going to be pretty weak. And there aren't really a ton of like easy churches we can just run to. Like it would be pretty out of the way to get any more than we get. Maybe, yeah. I'm pretty sure you would have to go to Weeping or Altus to get any more. So I run with a pretty weak flask. And here, because I died, I need to sell one of my runes, but I buy 3 more smithing 1s and all the smithing 2s. You should have 12 smithing 1s by this point. If you missed any, that guy does have 2 extra that you can grab. And as soon as I grab that, I run out basically to the opposite side of the lakeshore. And admittedly here, and also in the Mistwood, I forgot to mention this in the Mistwood, but don't feel bad if you get turned around in some of these areas while running around. I find Liurnia, this like lake section, so hard to figure out where things are. The only reason I was kind of able to do it in this run is because I was looking specifically for these shrines. You can kind of see one of them in the distance right there. If you just stay along this side of the lake, you'll end up coming up on this shrine, which has some more smithing stones in it. And again, this is not an optimized route through Liurnia if you're looking for speed, but I am trying to grab upgrade materials along the way. This next one here, I basically am running to the... It's hard to see because it's kind of foggy, but the next shrine is kind of to the northwest. Like if you just kind of turn slightly to the left from the previous one. The problem is this one's guarded by a bunch of lobsters. So I take a wide route to the left to try to not get sniped. Which is also why if you don't have your armor on by now for any reason, you definitely do want to put it on. Because those lobsters, I'm sure you all know, are very scary. And then right past that shrine, you'll come up on the Academy town, and we do definitely want to grab this grace. Because I think it's one of the graces we come back to the most in the whole run. And again, it's probably not the optimal grace to grab. It might be better to grab the one near the gate, but I don't know. So once you grab that, you're going to want to head directly northeast, basically right through the gap in those 2 buildings there. And we're going to basically be getting a few more smithing stones over this way while also getting a grace for later, which is going to be really helpful. Basically, just keep going straight northeast, and as soon as you enter this tree line, you're going to want to bank to the left next to this flower, and there's 3 smithing stone 3s right on it. It's a little hard to see, but don't worry, it is like right kind of as you enter the tree line. And then once you grab that, you basically want to just keep going in that direction to grab this grace here on the lakeshore, because we're actually going to be coming back here later when we need to do the Carrion statue, because we're going to need to do the Carrion statue hall, or whatever it's called, to eventually fight Fortisax. But once you grab that grace, you're going to want to run straight west till you reach one more shrine, and it'll have 3 more smithing 3s on it. And then once you lose the enemy aggro, you might have to run away a little bit. You should be good to eventually warp yourself back to the Academy Gate, just to save us a little bit of time. Now we're going to go to the other side of the lake, grabbing a few more smithing stones along with some essential items, because we do need the glintstone key to get into the Academy, and we're going to need to get to EG's grace, because we're going to be going back to EG a few times throughout the run. So this is another case of we're kind of just picking up upgrade materials along the way of running we would have to do anyway. That section though, running to get those 2 sets of smithing 3s, was a new addition of mine in this attempt. And the reason I kind of made that extra detour is because I was quite scared going into this, because we fight some kind of scary bosses early. Like in this run, I fight Renala, and I go to Volcano Manor fairly early because that's where our weapon is. So we're trying to get there early. You'll see when we get there that I probably was a little over nervous, but considering you need to go you essentially need to go over there anyway to do the Carrion Statue Hall later. It's not really that much of a time loss to just grab that Grace early and get a little more prepared for the early game, because it's going to allow us to get our weapon up to +10, whereas previously I only had a +8 for the early game, which was a little less strong than I would like. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We're just going west here. There's nothing really that impressive. I just run straight to the Glintstone Key. I do also grab the Kukri. Just, it's nice to have the Kukris on hand. They're literally right there in case we need to like finish off a boss or something and it's one hit. And as soon as I grab that, I keep going kind of up the lake to this Grace, and right past that there is going to be another shrine that should have the last of the smithing threes. It's just kind of off to the left of that Grace. And there was also a shrine, I'm sure you saw it, on the way to the Glintstone Key. So there is another graveyard to the left here, like kind of tucked among those rocks that I just kind of looked at. You can go there if you want to. I don't here, but there is a few extra runes that you could grab if you wanted. Careful of the lobsters as always, but this should be the last of the smithing stones we need for this area. You should at this point have 12 of each type of smithing 1 through 3. You should have 12 of each. If you don't, like if you're, let's say you have like 9 smithing 3s and you're missing a little bit, then it's probably okay. If you don't have 12 smithing 1s, you're gonna really limit yourself in terms of damage. So I would say at a minimum you want to have at least smithing 1 and 2 up to 12, because that would give you up to a +6. If you happen to miss one of the shrines along that route, it's not that big a deal. Just you can head back and kind of retrace your steps. But then we're just gonna run to EG. Basically, as soon as we get those last smithing stones, because like I said, this is a Grace we're gonna need. We're gonna come back to it a few times. I run off to the left here. I don't go through like the invisible wall because it aggroes the mage guys. And I'm going to want to teleport out as soon as I get this Grace. Again, I'm not going to rest here because I don't want to go to round table hold yet. I'm basically just going to get the Grace, and then we're going to go back there again. We're actually going to go into Rail Lucaria now to get a couple more things for the setup. We're like almost done with the setup. We're fairly, how far are we in here? We're 31 minutes into the run, and we're almost done the setup. The setup takes about like 35 to 40 minutes, which it was way longer in my first run because I got lost a bunch. So don't get too discouraged if you, like, I think in the Mistwood and here in Liurnia, it's very easy to get lost. Like, I kind of know by now, because this is my third attempt at this route, I kind of know where all the stuff is, and it's been kind of practiced into me a little bit. But it was definitely not perfect my first time, and it wouldn't be for most people, I think. There was an extra smithing 3 on those stairs, by the way. If you're somehow missing one smithing 3, which I don't know how that would be possible, but there is one smithing 3 just kind of sitting there. And once we go in here, we're going to want to light the Grace kind of in the courtyard, because that's another spot where we're going to come back to. There also is another golden seed here. Basically, if you come in here and go to the right, not through the seal, but if you just run to the end of the bridge, there's an additional golden seed. I didn't grab it because basically, well, I grabbed it my first couple runs, but at the end of those runs, I basically had like 2 or 3 extra golden seeds that I couldn't use because I needed 4 for another flask. So I kind of abandoned getting that one just because it was like a little bit of a time loss to go get it. But if you're looking for more healing, you can definitely go grab that flask at the end of the bridge there. And then we just take the elevator up and run through Rail Lucaria. This is not going to be anything super exciting. Once you get in here, you're going to want to basically just run through, and once you're out into the graveyard, cut to the right and just kind of drop off this cliff, which I didn't know about this little cliff for a long time. It actually kind of helps you avoid some of the early aggro in the graveyard, which is nice. This graveyard can be kind of scary, like for sure. I haven't had any issues here, but there are a lot of enemies, and there's one guy I think that shoots arrows at you. Yeah, there they are. But generally you should be fine just kind of running through here. The one thing you do want to watch out for is this dog here, especially if you get body blocked like I did. I don't remember if this is the run where I had to kill the dog or not. It's hard because all the runs kind of blend together in my head when I'm like thinking back on it. I guess it wasn't this one, but there was one where he was like causing me problems. He was like stopping me from getting on the elevator, so you might have to kill that dog, but I didn't have any issues with it here. And once you get to the schoolhouse classroom, Grace, you are going to want to light that, because again, I'm going to be coming back here. And once you come out to the hallway, basically just take a straight left, and we're going to go through invisible wall, and there's our second smithing 4. So that's what's going to let us get all the way up to +10, which is very, very nice. Now, here, I got a little flustered here. I'm not running straight to Red Wolf, but I am going to get another Stone Sword key, and it would definitely have been better if I got the Stone Sword key while going to Red Wolf. I don't know, I don't really remember my rationale for why I went for it now. It's just through that other invisible wall right before the boss fog. And yeah, you could see me with the menuing there. I was getting a little bit confused as to what I was supposed to be doing. But I eventually do go back to this Grace, because I'm basically just going to run now. I'm going to run to Dectus. And the reason I'm going to run to Dectus is because I'm finally going to rest at the Round Table Hold. And I want to find... And basically what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be resting in Altus Plateau, because we need to rest in Altus, at a Grace in Altus, to spawn Radon. So I'm kind of killing two birds with one stone here. That's why I've been waiting to rest all this time. Like, I haven't been fighting anything of substance, so I haven't needed to rest. So I'm kind of combining a rest. I need to eventually go to Round Table Hold. And now that we've got all our smithing stones and all our setup, like, now is kind of the time to do it. And we also need to sit up there eventually to spawn Radon. This is the last Sacred Tier that I grab for a while, so make sure you don't miss that. This one, that should be enough to get your flask to +3. And there is another church off to the right here, but it's like way up the mountain. It's probably one of the, like, because at least you don't have to go to a whole different region. Like, you don't have to go to, like, Weeping or anything like that, but it would be probably a couple good minutes out of the way to go get that. It's up to you, though. Another thing to kind of note that I haven't really mentioned it until now, but seeing me kind of run around confused there for a second kind of reminded me that this run is not perfect. If I haven't mentioned it yet, I'll mention it now. Like, we haven't really seen any blunders yet because it's just early and I'm just kind of doing setup, but I didn't want to grind this like until I got a perfect run or like a near deathless run or anything like that. There are definitely some mistakes in this run, and I wanted to show it anyway, partially because I don't want to run this a ton, but also because I wanted to kind of showcase that even with, you know, making mistakes, with, you know, things not being 100% optimal, you can still beat this game in one sitting. That was my goal, to do it in one sitting and see how fast that could be. So we finally get our Grace and rest, and we are not going to see a whole lot of Altus this run. This is pretty much the only time we're going to be here. We're going to come back once to see Raya. So once we go to the round table hold, there's like we're basically going to be taking care of all of the busy work that we need to take care of. We're going to get our weapon upgraded, we're going to get our flask upgraded, we're going to slot in our physic tiers, and basically any runes left after that we're going to use for leveling. But first things first is we want to make sure we get our upgrades. So don't level first. You'll want to run to Hugh, spam through his dialogue as with every NPC, and wait, I need to sell my runes because I didn't have any. This is a good spot too to just sell all the runes you've gathered. It's very quick. It's faster than using them out of your inventory, at least. And then you can just chunk your weapon all the way up to +10 if you got all of the smithing stones that I outlined on the route. And then you should be able to grab 7 red flasks. You should be able to upgrade 3 times, plus allocate your blue flask over. Don't forget to reallocate that blue. So you should have 7, and you should be able to use all 3 sacred tiers. And then I slot in my physic. I use the strength tier and the charged attack here. Charged attack tier, not here. Because those are going to give us some nice buffs. And now we are actually going to go fight stuff. It's incredible. And then any levels you have left over, you can just pile into... I pile them into health, just because I'm kind of scared of fighting Margit. But if you want to pump them into strength for damage... That's another thing that's really nice about this run, is there's only really 3 stats. The stat distribution is very, very straightforward. We're literally only going to be leveling health, stamina, and strength, because strength is the only damage stat that's going to be relevant. So we don't have to worry about like leveling a whole bunch of other stats. It's very, very straightforward. And I also use, because we only also have 1 talisman slot unlocked at this point, you can pick whatever of the 3 you want. I go with the Source Seal just because I like having the extra stats. But if you really want to maximize damage, you would want to use the Axe Talisman here. And we're going to start to see how strong this axe is. So I try to, generally my strategy, I talked about like charged attacks being kind of the focus. Charge attacks and jump attacks are generally what I'm going to go for. And you can see just with 1 charged heavy and 2 jump attacks, he's already over half dead with the stagger. And once he staggers, you can even get another charged heavy as he kind of rises. And I think the second half of this fight is pretty sloppy. Like, I get a little aggressive there. It's harder to get the charged heavies off in phase 2 because he is a little faster. But yeah, I think if I had dodged that attack, I would have been able to end it. But yeah, it's not a very clean. But that's why I use the Source Seal in this fight. Just having a little extra health is kind of nice. Generally, the attacks where he kind of like he has some slower windups where he slams his either his golden weapon or his stick into the ground. There aren't that many opportunities to get charged heavies when you're out in front of him. You kind of want to try like getting behind him. And that's kind of a theme with a lot of bosses, is they'll follow up pretty frequently if you're right in their face. And it can be pretty helpful trying to kind of get out of the range where they can hit you, and that's where you'll typically have a lot more success using your charged heavies. But with the +10 axe, with the upgraded flask, like he's definitely not that bad. Even with a pretty sloppy fight like I had, you should be able to take care of him, not too like without too much trouble. Even if you don't have a perfect fight, your damage is just so high. And we are going to run through the front gate here of Stormvale just because it is faster. I like to stick to the right here. I don't have a perfect strategy for getting through. Sometimes I've been like not hit at all. Sometimes I've been hit twice. But generally I find sticking to that right side tends to work kind of the best. And then this area is not so bad, I say in theory, as I get hit. And this part, I actually do the opposite. I kind of stick to the left wall and then kind of roll once I'm at the top of the stairs. It doesn't really work here. I have avoided it before. But yeah, I'm definitely not a pro at running through this section, as you can tell. But as long as you kind of keep moving and don't get super unlucky, you generally should be fine. I've never died here. This courtyard can also be kind of scary. You definitely don't want to be sticking around here too long. But there is a grace at the end of it if this kind of does look scary. There's a grace right off to your left there. Because the scariest part is these birds. These birds will like kill you in 2 hits or so. So you do not want to mess around. There's a golden seed right past them, which you do want to grab. But once you grab that, you got a boogie because actually I think I almost die here. Yeah, because they almost killed me. They've never actually killed me, but they've come close on more than one occasion. So you do gotta be mindful of that. And we're gonna go up to Godric, and Godric I find considerably easier than Margit. Like Margit, we killed him pretty fast. Godric is gonna be even faster. And we have an extra talisman pouch now too, which is nice, and an extra flask, which I don't use, but you definitely could use an extra flask if you want to. And we're actually gonna have our charge attack tier, or a charge attack talisman, yeah, because we didn't even have that for Margit, and we still killed him very, very fast. Godric definitely has a lot more opportunities for charged heavies because he's a bit slower. One of the attacks you're really going to want to look for is his jumping slam after his whirlwind. This attack does have an opportunity for a charged heavy after it, but it's a pretty scary combo to dodge. Like, yeah, he does have a... But it's this attack right here. I think he's going to do where he'll roll and he'll just jump over your head. If you can like stand still and he'll just fly over you. I think I actually get 2 off. I don't know if that second one is consistent or reliable, but... And then he does that attack again. Which I guess is fine because I dodged it and I was able to get another one off, but... Yeah, him doing that long combo twice is quite scary. And I got very lucky here. Because the nice thing about Godric's phase transition is there's a delay on it, so you can just wail on him as he phase transitions, and you can see he's basically dead. And then in phase 2, you can just run up to him, and you can run right under his arm. And I just spam wild strikes. And that is not the first time I've killed him before phase 2 has really even begun. Because if you just run up to him and start spamming wild strikes, odds are by the time his long attack animation finishes, because he'll always open with that fire breath, like he'll either be dead or he'll be like staggered again, in which case you'll almost certainly just kill him. And the reason that we did Stormveil now, because I'm sure, you know, if you were looking for maximum speed, you would just do those fights with higher tier weapons later. But for me, it's all about leveling. It's all about making sure I have enough stats to kind of do the scarier stuff. So I'm leveling Vigor quite a bit here. You probably could put a little bit more into damage if you wanted to, but I was still pretty scared at this point. I wanted to make sure I wouldn't be getting one shot in Volcano Manor, and that's why I do Caria Manor now. Because we're going to need to do Caria Manor eventually to do Ronnie's quest to unlock Vortisax. Because that boss takes a lot of... Vortisax basically requires doing 2 full NPC quests to access. He's definitely the most annoying fight in this run, just because it requires so much setup to access him. I also don't like his boss fight in general, so that doesn't help. But I'll talk about that more when we get to it. And you can kind of do this whenever. I just like to do it now because I'm quite comfortable fighting Blue Spirit Loretta. And it's a few more runes, a few more levels before we go into Raya Lucaria. Because I do basically the early game as I do Stormveil, then this, then Raya Lucaria, then Volcano Manor. I don't actually think that that's the optimal... Like, I think if I were to run this again... Well, actually I did. I ran it differently in my 4th run. In my 4th run, I did Volcano Manor first. Well, not first, but I did it before Raya Lucaria. And I'll explain kind of why that is. Like, when I get to Volcano Manor, I think it'll make more sense then. But there's not a whole lot going on here. There's nothing to pick up. We're literally just running straight to Loretta. Actually, there's one thing we're going to pick up, but it's not yet. We're just running all the way there. I'm going to take make use of this time to get a sip of water. It's good to stay hydrated, especially when I was doing one of these runs. I think it was my first run. I didn't have any drinks or anything with me, so I got very dehydrated towards the end of the run because I was like fully in the zone and didn't want to leave to go get a drink, which was just kind of goofy of me, but it is what it is sometimes. And once you get up here, this is actually where there's a golden seed, which is another nice thing to have before venturing into Volcano Manor, because there's another one in Rayo Lucaria, which I believe will give us another flask charge. It might not. We might need 3 at this point. I don't remember. Yeah, now we're just running to Loretta, and then we're going to do Ronnie's kind of talking section after, which is a fairly boring section, which again, because we have to do that for her quest line, so we're just going to take care of all that now. And then we have one more little bit of setup. I think we're going to do it after this, because it's a bit of setup that I think I meant to do it earlier but forgot, and I'm going to remember, I think, after this section. There's no need to grab any graces because Loretta has a Stake of America right outside the arena, so I drink my physic. And you should be able to get 2 charged heavies as she spawns. Once as she does that animation, and one when she kind of spawns her little blue swords. But after that, it's kind of tricky. She is fairly fast, pretty nimble. So I kind of pivot a little more towards jump attacks during her smaller openings. But the jump attacks are still better than our ones, because they still build more stagger, and yeah, I'm getting a few off here. That attack you actually can get a charged heavy down on. That one you also, I think, can, if you don't mess up the dodge timing like I did. So there are a few, and yeah, there's another one. And once she's about 50%, you can kind of get 2 more. Well, you can get 1 more as she phase transitions, and when she staggers, you can get another one. I kind of got lucky there, because she staggered, well, she phase transitioned and then staggered off that one, so I was able to get another right away. But by this point, she's pretty close to dead. As long as you kind of keep mindful of her magic and are not too aggressive, and which is a huge theme in this run. It is very tempting to look at your damage and be like, oh, you know, I can just burn through the boss. I'm just gonna, you know, trade hits with them and whatnot. But you don't want to be greedy when fighting these guys and going for charged attacks when you don't have a proper opening. Because it's going to end up getting you killed. Like, maybe in the early game you can kind of get away with it. There's going to be points in the mid game where we can kind of get away with it because our damage will be way outscaling the bosses at some particular points in the run, but that's not, like, especially in the end game, that's not going to be viable. So you really want to kind of be careful. Like, it's really tempting to be greedy with this build. That's something that I noticed, and something that I've kind of struggled with is knowing when the spots are. It's not always obvious, but generally each boss has a few moves that you're going to be looking for, that you're going to want, because they're going to give you those consistent openings for the charged heavies. And you don't want to push your luck too much outside of those. I mean, you can go for jump attacks, you can go for R1s where it makes sense, where you have still smaller openings, but the main kind of thing with this run is getting, you know, making sure you execute when they do give you the openings for the charged heavies, because those are going to be your best windows to do damage and build up stagger, but you don't want to force it. And I will not take my own advice. Like, you're going to see many instances in this where I don't take that advice, and I'm going to try and point them out. And I get greedy, and sometimes I get away with it, and sometimes I don't. And here is where we do our... I kind of got a little sidetracked here. I just run after Loretta. I run straight to Ronnie's tower. And now we are locked in. We literally cannot leave. until we talk to all her minions. They're each going to have 2 lines of dialogue, so that's just something to keep in mind. You want to talk to them all exactly twice. In my most recent run, I did this later because I did Volcano Manor first and got the weapon early and all that, so I kind of did this later. And Blythe was not here. I don't know like at what point he is not here. But if you do this section later, it actually will save you a little bit of time because you won't have to talk. You only have to talk to 2 of them instead of 3. It's like a 10-second time save maybe. It's not huge, but I just found that kind of interesting. And then go back, talk to Ronnie again, and she should let you leave. I've always found this section kind of weird, if I have to be honest. Like, I don't fully understand what the rationale is for locking you in. Like, there's only, like, the only other section in the game, I think, that locks you in like this is after you kill Morgoth, you have to rest at the Grace to get the Rolled Medallion. Which I understand, because that's a critical story item. But here you don't even get any items out of it. You just have to talk to her, and then you're allowed to leave. So I don't quite know what that's about. So this is where I do my last little bit of setup. We're gonna go back to the Academy Gate Town for the last time, and then head south, kind of to the southwest, until we run into a little shack. Because we are going to be going to Volcano Manor, or getting set up to go to Volcano Manor via Raya. So we're going to need to give her necklace back, and to be a little bit efficient, we're not going to ask this guy for it, we're just going to kill him. Which, in the same way we do with all the other NPCs, is by spamming wild strikes. He is kind of strong though, like he will get some hits in, and that's why I wait until I've upgraded my weapon to kill him, because I think he would be kind of scary to do with a +0 weapon. I don't know, like maybe there are more efficient ways to fight him, but I literally just was like, I'll spam wild strikes, and it usually works out, but I wouldn't want to do that without the upgrades. And once you got it, you can basically kind of head like east and a little bit south from there, like kind of right by the giant stone structure there towards this crystal part of the woods, and we'll come across another shrine. This one we haven't actually been to yet, and we'll just give Raya the necklace, and that's how we're going to get to Volcano Manor. I know it's not the fastest way to go to Volcano Manor. I do know that, but the problem with going the Abductor Virgin way is, at least for me and my logic, was that it locks you in. It locks you in. You can't get any safety graces near the noble. You have to kind of do a bit of a scary jump down to get to him. And it makes any deaths very costly. And I was very scared about dying to the noble, because I have died to him in prior runs. So I just took this slightly slower but safer way. It would give me a safety grace. It would allow me to collect a few more goodies in Volcano Manor. But yeah, that's just why I do it this way. I'll talk more a little bit about that as I go. But after you grab the Volcano Manor invitation from her, you actually want to pivot west. We're not actually, because we're going to take advantage of being over here to grab the Haligtree Medallion. Since we're over here anyway, like we might as well. That's another case of where like it's not a huge time loss to do Raya's thing, because we have to come over here eventually anyway to get the Haligtree Medallion for later, so I just do that now. There also is the Dectus tier on one of the islands near here if you're using a different weapon. Like, it's not really going to be worth it for our build, but if you're using a different weapon, notably the Bloodhound's Fang, you might want to kind of pick that up on the way here. And I don't go straight up to where the Haligtree Medallion is. I actually run a little bit past it to this kind of middle of the swamp, because there's, I think, 9 Trina's Lilies here. It's a pretty big, I think it's the biggest deposit of them in the game. And it's like 15 seconds out of the way, and that should be like all we need. If you got the ones by the Sleeping Berry and the Mistwood and those ones, like that should be all the Trina's Lilies you need. And even still, there's a few like odd ones that we'll pick up here and there. But those are the 2 like deposits of them you really want to look out for. And then we're just going to run to Albus. And like most NPCs, unfortunately, we are going to kill him because it's faster. And once we kill him, we're going to teleport out. One thing to keep in mind, well actually 2 things to keep in mind, is that Perfumer will sometimes aggro. He didn't do it that time, but if he does aggro on you, he won't let you teleport away. So you might have to kind of run away from him a little bit. And I take this opportunity to level as much as I can before going into Red Wolf. But the other thing to keep in mind is as soon as you kill Albus, or as soon as you get the Haley Tree Medallion, Encha is now triggered in Round Table Hold. So next time you go to Round Table Hold, you will be invaded. So just be... If that's a fight that scares you, I don't know if it's a fight that does scare many people, but just be aware that at this point is when that'll trigger. That's also kind of why I wouldn't want to do that before I upgraded my weapon, because Encha's not that scary, but I don't know how it would go with a +0 weapon. But speaking of someone who definitely is scary, the Red Wolf kind of always scares me. I have played a lot of this game, and I am never really comfortable with this boss. There are not a ton of opportunities for charged heavies here, but the ones you do get are going to be corresponding to his red sword attacks, like that one. Ideally, when you dodge them, you want to kind of dodge behind him like I did there, because it's going to give you the best opportunities to hit him. Like here, yeah, I didn't really get the dodge behind him there, so he was able to follow up, but if I was able to dodge more behind him, he wouldn't have been able to do that follow-up and would have had to reset himself. So that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, where like positioning on your dodges is pretty important. And like here, I think I get it. No, I definitely don't get it better, but he gives me a better attack and I can finish the fight. But like, yeah, he doesn't have a lot of health. Like, you're gonna burn through him pretty fast, but he can be scary. He's quick, he's aggressive. I don't know, maybe charged attacks aren't even the way to go there. Like, maybe it's just better to stick to jump attacks. I'm not really 100% sure, honestly. But it's a short fight either way, which is good. So even if you die there, it's not that long of a run back. But once you get past him in this courtyard, there's a couple things. There's a stone sword key there that we're going to use. There's another kind of odd Trina's Lily that's just out. And then off to the left here, there's another golden seed. Which is, yeah, there's the one from Rhea Lucaria. It's right there. And now we're going to run to Renala. One thing to keep in mind with Renala is she also is not kind of super optimized for charged attacks because she jumps away so much in phase 2. Also, you can just dodge to the right on that ball. I always struggled for the longest time to figure out how to dodge that, but if you're at that angle, you can just kind of roll off to the right. This guy, I don't know a good method for dealing with him. I'm going to be fully honest. I don't recommend fighting him because he can just parry you and like one-shot you. I kind of try to lure him out, like away from the lift and then run and hope he doesn't like catch up to me. But as you can see, the lift is not only slow, but he comes on pretty fast. And he actually managed to get on. This is the second time he has actually done that to me. I don't really have a good strategy for dealing with it again, other than I try to not panic roll off. Because at worst, that's a time loss. Or at best, it's a time loss. At worst, I roll into the pit and die. So I don't know. If anyone has any suggestions on dealing with him a little bit better, I would be all ears. But once you get to the top, you should be pretty free to just walk into the boss room. And phase 1's going to go pretty normally. Do note that I don't drink the physic just yet, because there's no need, there's no benefit to drinking it now. And because I want to make sure I have it for as much of phase 2 as possible, because it only lasts for 3 minutes. And once she drops, that's when I'm going to drink it. I mean, you can drink it at the start. I mean, like, I don't know. Having to try to remember so many different things is kind of like an extra complication that if you don't want to have to worry about it and you just want to drink at the start, you can. And as you can see, Wild Strikes is pretty strong. It should just kill her in one cycle, and then the real fight begins, phase 2. Much like Godric, you should be able to run up right at the start of the fight and get a free charged heavy. I did not run far enough up to get the second one. I do get it off anyway. But she jumps away a lot, so again, your opportunities are going to be pretty limited for the charged heavies. And this is one of those fights where you really just have to kind of play things safe, especially when the summons are out. You got to be careful not to be a little bit, not to be too over aggressive. Nice miss there. Like you do have time while she's summoning, I guess, to get the attack to get a charged heavy off. But if the summons are like if it's the dogs or the Bloodhound Knight and they're spawning like right on her, it's pretty scary. And yeah, I got pretty bad RNG here too, where she just like kept summoning like no matter what. Every time I approached her, she would just summon. Yeah, she does it again. Like I was like, come on, man. Like it does give you like at least she's not spamming magic, which is kind of nice. But and then the moon is just a stall move. I'm gonna be pointing those out kind of as they come. But a lot of bosses in this game have moves that kind of just stall the fight. Like you can't really approach her when that moon is up because it just is gonna track you. And of course, there's another summon for good measure. Yeah, it's just a very messy fight. Like it's not that hard per se. Like you, nope, another epic miss. Like you might look at that and say like it didn't even take all your flasks. It didn't like you didn't really come close to dying, but it is just very messy, and that's why in my most recent route I actually went to Volcano Manor first, and then came here after more leveled, and I was able to kill her a lot faster. Like I'm almost certain it is more optimal from a time perspective to do that. Just because even with a +10 weapon, it's a fairly slow going fight, and there's not a lot of safe opportunities to get those charged heavies off. But anyway, that's not. We got her, so that's what's most important. It's just a fight about patience, really. Once you do that, we're actually going to go to Volcano Manor, go back to the Altus Grace, and Raya should be standing right here, and she'll take you away. And if you like Altus as much as I do, because I think it's a cool area, wave bye-bye, because this is the very last of Altus we're going to see this entire run. And some of you may be asking how, and well, we'll get there. But I guess now is probably a good time to start talking about my strategy for Godskin Noble. Well, before that, I should point out there's a couple things you can grab in Volcano Manor. There is an additional Stone Sword key that is either necessary or not, depending on what you want to do, which is kind of a messy explanation. But what I mean is there is 2 Stone Sword doors in Volcano Manor, and neither of them are like required for the run, but both of them are things you could get for the run. One of them has another talisman that I don't get in this run, and one of them has a Somber 7, which you can either get now or you can wait to get later, because it's a bit long to get it now. But if you want both the early Somber 7 and the other medallion, which is the Crimson Amber medallion, you are going to want to get this extra Stone Sword key. But otherwise, you don't need it. And I'm going to point it out because I do grab it here. Even though I actually don't get the Crimson Amber medallion in this run, I grabbed the extra key anyway. Those are kind of the two. That's kind of the optional thing, is the extra Stone Sword key. But we are also going to get our Somber 5 and 6. Because at this point, we have EG sells Somber 1 through 4. We're going to get Somber 5 and 6 here, and optionally Somber 7. We already have our Somber 8 and 9. So once we get our weapon, we're going to be able to get it to at least +6. And I think I got a little confused to where I was going here again. This is where the Stone Sword key is. You do kind of have to make that sketchy jump. Like, it's not sketchy, but it's just a long jump and it's easy to miss. But either way, just drop down into the lava here, which I know sounds absurd, but it doesn't deal hardly any damage. Like, it'll probably take 1 flask away from you. And once you get across, there's an extra rune here that I grabbed too, which is nice. But right on this, kind of running around this pool of lava here, there is the Somber 6 is just kind of up this hill on the rooftop. And now we're gonna run to God's Good Noble. So now I'll start. Actually, I'm gonna wait first because there's another thing I want to talk about, which is right at the top of these stairs. There is a very scary snake man who you need to give this guy due deference because he has knocked me off the ladder and killed me more than once. Like, he is more of the reason to be scared of an early Volcano Manor than Godskin Noble is, to be honest. Because he has quite a bit of range. He almost hits me even still. But right at the top of here is the Somber 5, and we're also going to grab a little shortcut back to the Grace we got, because, again, at this point I'm very scared of Godskin Noble. But the strategy that I use is sleep pots, and in my first couple runs, like you saw me craft the sleep pots earlier, make sure you have them crafted by this point, and that they're in your hotbar. I actually don't think I put them in my hotbar yet. So I hope I noticed that. Well, I know I noticed at some point, but you want that stuff like set before you go into the fight. But anyways, previously my strategy was to just sleep pot him, try to get as much damage as I could. Yeah, so there I put them in, and then fight him normally the rest of the fight. But you're gonna see here that you can completely trivialize this fight by spamming sleep pots. Like, we're literally, in combination with our charged attacks, because they're gonna put him to sleep and keep him still, and it's gonna be charge attack heaven for us. So just, you want to make sure you throw one at him. It should put him to sleep, assuming he doesn't run out of the cloud like immediately. And then once he's aslept, I drink my physic, and you should be able to get 3 charged heavies off. I go behind him just to make sure he doesn't hit me on the way up, but it is a free, like, third of his health gone, and as he's rising, like, you can just hit him again and repeat that. You don't have to do it as he's rising, like, you can do it after he's up. I just like to do it as he's rising because, again, the animation when he's getting up, it keeps him locked in. I don't have to worry about him running out of the effect radius. But either way, after the second stagger, or at around 50% HP, he will go into his phase transition, which is one of the best times to sleep pot him again, because the phase transition keeps him locked in that animation. And and yeah, so 3 sleep pots, he's basically dead. You could do it again, but he's at low enough HP, I just decided to kill him. I do get a little greedy with it, but I knew that, like, it would just be a couple hits. So yeah, in my initial 2 runs, I basically slept pot him. I put the sleep pot on him as he spawned, and it got a decent chunk of damage off, but then I just fought him normally after that. I didn't realize, like, I just was kind of experimenting in this run, and I realized how that you could just literally nullify the entire fight, assuming your damage is high enough. Like, assuming you have the weapon upgrade and you have enough points in strength, you can essentially kill him in just 3 cycles of that, and it's like, it's literally so easy to pull off. Like, I was fully comfortable putting it in a run like this, because even if you're like the most casual Elden Ring player, like, I guarantee you doing what I just did is going to be way easier than fighting him normally. Even at like a high level, it's still going to be way easier. And like, the only way that really could go wrong is if your damage isn't high enough, which it should be by this point if you've been roughly following the run, or if like more than one of your sleep pots miss, because I do have the extra sleep pot. So if somehow 2 of them were to miss, but if you're locked onto him when you're throwing them, like, that's pretty unlikely. I do get the shortcut here because we are going to come back. That's another thing to note is I don't level yet, because now we're going to go grab our Serpent Hunter and upgrade it all the way to +9. So I want to make sure I have enough runes. But you don't need to keep all 58,000 if you're... Well, the Noble drops 50,000. I think I had 8,000 on me. So I think you can use about 30,000 runes at this point to level if you want. But I just don't use any, because I want to make sure I have enough for the upgrades first. And in this iteration of the run, I do go get the Somber 7 here. It is definitely a time loss. Like, the one you can get later is much faster. It's right along a critical path. But the reason I grab one here is because I wanted to be a little more prepared and kind of showcase a fight that scares a lot of people, and that we're gonna I'm not going to trivialize, but because basically after this we're going to be going underground to do some mid-game stuff to set up for, because there's a lot of stuff that we need to do underground, and we're going to have to fight Valiant Gargoyles to do that. And so I want my weapon all the way to +9. So just walk into Rykard's arena, grab the Serpent Hunter, and it lets you teleport out, assuming you don't get too close to him. So you shouldn't have to worry about doing anything weird there. You just grab it, leave, and now I'm gonna go get the Somber 7. And you do want to, I forgot to mention, when you take the teleporter into Rykard's room, make sure you light the Grace in there, because you don't want to have to do this run back to him again when we actually go to fight him. We're going to want to just be able to warp straight to his cave. But this is, like I said, this is not fast. This is like definitely a huge time loss. It's probably like at least a couple minutes to go get this. And a +6 Serpent Hunter is still quite viable for like the stuff we're going to do before we get the faster +7. Like even in my first run, I ran with the +6. I didn't go get this, and it was plenty for basically the sequence of bosses. I think it's Radon, Ancestor Spirit, and Valiant Gargoyles are the bosses you would have to kill with a lower tier weapon. And honestly, like, you're gonna see just a +6 Serpent Hunter is more than enough for those bosses. But I just wanted to really juice the weapon up in this one. This section here is not nearly as scary as it looks. Like, as you saw there, I literally just walked down all the cages. You don't have to worry about jumping at all. The only thing you have to do is when you get down to the last cage, you'll roll off to the left, and you should land perfectly safely. And bam, there's your Somber 7. Yeah, that parkour really scared me until I saw someone literally just walk down all of the platforms. It makes it way easier than trying to, like, gauge the jump distances. And here, I think I went to the wrong place. Yeah, so I went to Round Table Hold, and I got invaded. And you actually don't need to be a Round Table Hold here. And again, Ensha, like all NPCs, you can kind of just spam Wild Strikes. My weapon clanked there, I think, on the wall, but otherwise, I would have been able to kill Ensha no problem. Yeah, this run is... I've had some, like, weird experiences with, like, the NPCs in this run. Usually they die really, really easily, but in this run, for some reason, like, Kenneth Hyde almost killed me. Ensha almost killed me. But yeah, you actually don't want to go to Round Table Hold here, because I forgot that I didn't buy the Smithing 1 through 4s yet, or the Somber 1 through 4s. So I was kind of like, what's going on? Like, why can't I upgrade? And yeah, so I think now I realize it, and that's when I realized that, so you want to be going to EG to get this. And yeah, I was clearly a little out of sorts there. I think I was still, at this point, I was pretty shocked by how quickly I killed Godskin Noble. I did not realize how, like, effective and easy that strategy was. But yeah, there's the Somber 1 through 4, and he can also just upgrade the weapon. So at this point, you should have at least a +6 Serpent Hunter, +9 if you bothered to get the Somber 7. And at this point, I actually, well, I guess you would have to go to the Round Table Hold anyway, because we have to basically start setting up Fia's quest. You don't have to do this now, but because I was kind of doing, like, miscellaneous, errands running around, I kind of take advantage of this opportunity to kickstart Fia's quest. I think I also grabbed the second talisman slot while I'm here. And unfortunately for Fia's quest, you have to do this very long animation for the hug several times. I think it's 5 times in total we have to do this. Yeah, her quest, like, it's a cool quest for casual play, but on repeat playthroughs, I honestly kind of hate it, just because it takes so long to go through these animations, and like I hinted at earlier, I don't like the boss at the end, but it must be fought for this run. And I don't know... Yeah, because you need to get the... So you need to talk to her twice, because you need to get the prompt for her to give you the dagger. which you then give to D, and then once you rest, D will be dead. And we're actually going to use his armor for the run, because he drops armor that is better than what we have. So I guess that is kind of one of the benefits doing this earlier. I honestly don't even know when this option unlocks. I don't think it's right away, but it honestly might be. I honestly have no idea when like this quest becomes accessible. Like maybe you could do this the first time you come to Roundtable Hold. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you like have to have a Remembrance boss dead by that point or not. I don't know. But anyway, like I kind of just taking a second to kind of look back on where we are at this point. I hope by seeing that Godskin Noble kill, you kind of understand what I mean by saying it's probably more optimal to go there pre-Rhea Lucaria, because if you're able to do that, you would be able to get the Serpent Hunter and get it to either +6 or +9 and then go to Rhea Lucaria, and I am pretty sure that would make Red Wolf and Renala exponentially faster. In my 4th run, I did it with a different weapon, so it wasn't quite an equivalent, but like I'm willing to bet it would kill them both in like 4 hits. Because this weapon we're going to be seeing very shortly, it is quite a beast. Especially considering at this point, like for the mid-game bosses we're going to be fighting, its damage is like way higher than like you normally would have at this point in the game. So I would say now we're entering like the easy part of the run. The run starts off like, I would say fairly difficult. Well, not starts off, I would say like Rhea Lucaria is difficult. Like with just the +10. Moongrim's kind of scary, Red Wolf's kind of scary, Renala is slow at least. But she can also be kind of scary. But now our damage is going to be just immense for like the mid-game kind of bosses. The game will eventually catch back up to us once we get closer to endgame. But the next boss we're actually going to fight is Radahn, and yeah, like we're somewhere around an hour and a half into the run at this point. I know I've only killed 2 Remembrance bosses. It's not a great pace, but the pace is going to start picking up big time starting here, because now we have our weapon. Basically everything we've been doing till now has been to get our weapon, and that's kind of reinforces my belief that you should probably do Rhea Lucaria after if you're really concerned about time. Assuming you can, like, what I probably would do if I did this exact run again is I would still do Stormveil early to get like some early levels, so I don't get like one shot, and I would just plow as much as I can into strength and then go kill Godskin Noble like really, really early with that strategy. Here, actually, I do want to point out something. This was one of the errors that I made, because I didn't even realize I kind of fully brain farted, but the church I just passed, the church with Millicent in it, it has a sacred tear in it. So I was ranting earlier about how we don't get that many sacred tears and there's not any others that are on the route. I don't think I picked that one up in any of my runs, and I don't know why. I don't know if my brain just kind of shut off, or if it was because, like, oh, they're all in Weeping or Altus, like, we don't go there, there's not anymore. I don't know what the logic was, but I completely forgot that there was one there. So, definitely grab it. It's like 10 seconds out of the way. Definitely would have helped, because, like I said, we're not going to get any other flask opportunities or sacred tier opportunities until mountaintops. So getting a 4th one would have been really nice. There is a merchant along that road, kind of next to that fire. I believe he sells Scarlet Rot Cures, which I don't grab them, but if you do want them, that's kind of the best time to grab some. It would be like maybe 15-20 seconds out of the way, because we are going to be running through Scarlet Rot at a couple points, namely to get to Estelle. Like, I just kind of tank it, but if going through Lake of Rot scares you, that's kind of your best opportunity to get some Rot Cures. But otherwise, there's nothing going on here. We're literally just running to Radahn, because he is now spawned. Thankfully, at this point in my first run, I got here and the portal was not active, and I was very confused. And that's when I learned you actually had to rest at Altus to spawn him. So I had to teleport, I think, back to Rhea Lucaria, run all the way back to Dectus, go up there, again and actually rest. So it was a huge time loss not resting in my first run. So that's why I wanted to in this run, I wanted to make it the place I rested to get to Round Table Hold, because I knew that way I wouldn't forget. But now we are going to start to see the raw power of the Serpent Hunter. Especially with Radahn, he gives quite a few opportunities for charged attacks. And I don't use any summons for this fight, just because I find facing him solo makes it a little more predictable. Like, I don't have to worry about who he's aggroed on or where his hitboxes are going to land. I can kind of control the fight a little bit better. Which I guess is a good segue to mention, like, one of the ways you could make this run easier if you wanted to attempt something like this, but you weren't maybe as, confident in your time or haven't played that many playthroughs, would be to use summons. Like, you definitely can. You can get the dogs really early on. We are going to run by Mimic Tier at some point, so that's, like, very quick to grab if you wanted to. I can't speak as much to how it would be to upgrade them, because I don't really remember or know where the upgrade materials are in relation to, like, where we're going. But you definitely could use summons if you want to. It would definitely make the run, I think, a little bit easier. But I just personally don't play with summons, but that is it would probably save you time if you're most concerned just about time. That honestly probably would save you some time. Here, the approach to Radahn is, like, pretty standard. I do a pretty brutal job of dodging his arrows there. I kind of forgot, like, how the beginning of this fight works. Yeah, I get hit a bunch here. And I didn't drink my flask either. You won't probably want to drink your flask as soon as you get in. But you can see there, even just, like, a single jump attack is pretty strong. Okay, so there I drink it. But the key with Radahn is he has some scripted moves at certain points in his fight that we are going to exploit to great effect. Because those moves will basically keep him still, kind of like Godskin Noble, and will eventually just kind of stagger him straight into phase 2. I think here is when he'll start pulling out his gravity magic. So yeah, it's after, like, a quarter of his health, he'll do this, where he'll slam his swords into the ground. You can get 2 charged heavies off, and as you can see there, I basically took off just a quarter of his health with, like, 2 charged heavies. I probably could have gotten another one off there. In fact, I almost certainly could have gotten at least one more off had I not healed. And once he drops in for phase 2, you can get, I think, 2 more right off the rip. Yeah, you could have easily gotten 2, maybe even 3 here. And I got pretty lucky. He followed up immediately with a jump. Okay, that jump's another very safe attack where you can get a charged heavy. I was a little bit close to his front. Like, he might have been able to follow up on me there, but I knew as long as I made contact, he was dead anyway. But yeah, that kind of showcases this weapon with the charge tier, with all the buffs we have. It does huge amounts of work. I didn't even get a stagger in that fight because I just, the damage was so high, he died so fast. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, if you do this with don't be concerned about doing this with a +6. It might have taken, like, it would take slightly longer, but the damage would still be quite high. And at this point, we have quite a few runes. We're getting our levels up to more reasonable spots now. And now we're going to go underground, because there's a lot to do underground. So I port straight to the Grace we definitely got way earlier, next to Fort Height, and we start the descent. Ooh. Just knocked my desk there, sorry about that. But running down here there's not a whole lot to say. I don't think, is there anything to pick up on the way down? I don't think I grab anything, honestly. I think this is, like, kind of the, well, not quite yet, but there's a section kind of soon that's kind of boring, because it's basically running to Estelle is like one of the more boring sections of the run because it's just a very long stretch of you can't even be on torrent, you just have to walk. But this section we're essentially just running to Mimic Tier. And again, I'm trying to kind of do things in a somewhat level appropriate way so I don't get one shot. There's no need to grab that the sleep grease. I don't know why. I think I might have thought it was a rune, but you definitely don't need it. And I think I pick up another item here, thinking it's a rune. Basically anything I'm picking up that like looks like it's just kind of a random thing. It probably is, and I just probably forgot. It's because there is a rune level 6 down here, and that's what I was getting confused with. Just because any runes like in our path, like I might as well grab them. It's like not even really a time loss. But I guess so. I guess now I'll talk. I'll use this kind of opportunity where I'm just running. I'm going to talk a little bit about the other weapon that I used for this run, which is the Bloodhound's Fang. The Bloodhound's Fang, because you can grab it pretty early on, so I was kind of interested to see how it would play compared to the Serpent Hunter, like getting the weapon early to see how that would go. And I will, and I wanted to try that because I know the Bloodhound's Fang is a weapon a lot of people are very familiar with, like casual players are very familiar with, because it's a very, very common, popular first playthrough weapon. And it is very strong. I don't know if I like it more than the Serpent Hunter, and there's a couple of reasons for that. The first one is because it's a dex weapon, it's not like the stagger is not as good on it. It just simply like the charged heavies are kind of I find they're a little bit clunky to use, just a little bit. I was not like staggering things as often, and I thought like the bleed would compensate for that. But the bleed didn't proc as much as I thought it would on bosses in general. Sometimes it procced once per fight, but not even always, and I found that kind of underwhelming. And the other problem is it just made the beginning of the run really kind of scuffed. There's not much to talk about here. I'm just fighting Mimic. Funny enough, I didn't take off my weapon here. He tried to sleep pop me. It's kind of funny. And it actually worked to my advantage. Because like normally you would just take off your weapon and deal with like punchy guy, but having him have the Serpent Hunter, it actually allowed me to get a backstab in on him. And I honestly ended this way faster than I would have if he was weaponless, which I found kind of interesting. But yeah, the Bloodhound's Fang, it doesn't stagger as well. The bleed wasn't as effective as I thought it would be, and like the Ash of War is good, don't get me wrong, and you can kill Alexander after Radon there to get the Ash of War talisman, so that's like not the problem, but I don't know. I just didn't find the flow of combat as simple. And because it's a split stat weapon, it makes the stats distributions like you go for a little more. You have to think like, do I want dex or stamina or strength more? And it made that more complicated. It made the early part of the run a lot more complicated because like you have to fight an early boss, so you can't, which you don't want to fight at +0, so you kind of still have to upgrade the starting axe. But then once you get the Bloodhound's Fang, you have to go to EG to get the Sombers to get it to +4, and then you need runes to buy the Sombers, and then you can't level at all. And it was just kind of like I ended up having to go find other places to get runes because I didn't have enough to buy them all and then level it. And so it was just kind of a very messy early game. Like I ended up doing a faster run than this. Like I'll say that right now. But it wasn't because of the early game. The early game was like way, and maybe if I did another one with it, like I could kind of optimize it a bit better, like I did with the Serpent Hunter route. But I just kind of prefer the Serpent Hunter, honestly, for the boss fights. I don't think there were any boss fights with the Bloodhound's Fang that were easier or faster, at least in my opinion. You want to make sure, I kind of glossed over as I was going through here, that you can grab the make sure that you grab the Ancestral Woods Grace, because we need to go down to Nokron to get the Finger Slayer Blade for Ronnie. Which sometimes I do it right now, sometimes I do it after Ancestor Spirit. I think here I'm doing it after Ancestor Spirit because I'm running around to all the pillars. And the nice thing about this Ancestor Spirit is the pillars or the flames you have to light aren't like so scattered all over the place. You can kind of just run in an oval shape, like around this area, and you'll eventually get them all. Don't sweat it if you miss one. Like it took me a while to kind of memorize all the locations. But generally, it's just a kind of a circle, and you'll get them all. This last one here was the one I struggled to find. It's kind of just right near the end of the bridge. And it has a Trina's Lily next to it, which is nice. It's a free extra sleep pot flower. Just in case. It's good to have a few extra sleep pots on hand, because there's no guarantee, even with our like really good strategy. You know, things can go wrong. Things can always go wrong in these games in general, not to mention in a run like this. But now we're just going to go fight Regal Ancestor Spirit, which, as you can probably imagine, is going to get absolutely chunked by the Serpent Hunter. +9. This fight can be annoying, though. If he heals a lot and like runs away a lot, like I think he does run away a couple times on me, it can be pretty annoying. And this fight especially, because he's like not that dangerous. Like you can play kind of aggressive. This is one where I'm a little more kind of blasé about going in and getting hits. Like yeah, the damage is quite high. And I think yeah, so he teleports away here. Which is just a stalling move. It's kind of like Renalla's Moon, except it's worse because it's not actually even an attack to deal with. It's literally just he nopes out. But that attack is a good one. His Stomp Down is one where you can get a pretty consistent charged heavy. This one too, where he does that 3-hit combo, you can get one. And he did the Stomp twice there, which was super lucky for me. I didn't have to deal with any heals in this fight, which was really nice. Usually he heals at least once, which is super annoying. But just with the damage, and admittedly I got very good RNG there, I was able to kill him very, very fast. And again, another fight that, hypothetically, if you come here with a +6, I don't anticipate it being a problematic fight at all. It might take longer than that. Like that was, other than his one teleport away, that was about as clean of a moose fight as you could hope for. And after that, I just run to get Finger Slayer Blade. You could do this later. Like, it doesn't really matter, but I just kind of like to do things all at once. I kind of like to finish sections as they go, which I don't even know if that's optimal. Like, you're gonna see, like, later, like, I do a lot of setup, where I, like, set up a bunch of bosses at once and then fight them all. I don't know if that's, like, optimal. It's probably not optimal, but I just kind of like getting, like, the setup sections over with, and then I can be like, okay, now I have a whole section of fighting bosses. But speaking of bosses, if you did want the Mimic Tier, if you are using summons, the building I just came out of is where you would grab it. You would need 2 stone sword keys. I keep messing up that word. You could probably just go to round... Like, so if you do want the Mimic Tier, make sure you go to Round Table Hold before coming down here, and make sure you have 2 stone sword keys. Because I wouldn't here. I got the extra, but I would only still have 1. So I would have to go to Round Table Hold and buy... You would have to go either to buy 1 or 2 from Round Table Hold, which you should have those runes from Regal Ancestor Spirit, and then since you're probably going to be aggroed on here, once you grab the Finger Slayer Blade, you can just use the portal to get out. And now we run to Valiant Gargoyles, which is a very interesting fight, and I know it's a fight that scares a lot of people. But our damage is going to show them who's boss. If you are scared of the Valiant Gargoyles, this fight, well, it probably won't change your mind about that, if I'm being honest, but it's gonna show, like, hopefully you'll see why I'm a little more confident with it. it's definitely, I don't have a damn near insta win strategy the way I do with Godskin Noble, but we have a very, very strong weapon. that is that is like 90% of the battle, along with not being too greedy. The nice thing about them is they actually do have some fairly decent openings, and the main thing we're going to be going for is essentially we're going to be trying to kill the first one before the second one spawns, because that's where really the difficulty in the fight comes from. Like, yeah, they do high damage and stuff like that, but generally they're not so bad to fight one-on-one. It's when both are active at once that things can get really chaotic. So if there's any reason to get the +9, it's this fight. Like Radon, it's not necessary. Regal Ancestor Spirit, I definitely don't think it's necessary. This fight is where if you're thinking to yourself, like, I'm pretty comfortable with gargoyles, that's where you can probably say, okay, I'll get the Somber 7 later. I can probably get the time save. So once I enter the arena, I immediately book it to the right. Like, as soon as he spawns in, and the reason I run over here is because it is as far away from the spot where they jump down from. So standing kind of over here, not too close to the ledge, obviously, you don't want to risk falling. But this is basically the spot that's going to give me the most time. And you saw, just with that little poke I did, like, it's quite a bit of damage. Unfortunately, he opens with, they do the poison, there's not a whole lot you can do about that. You kind of just have to lure them out of it. And my best way to avoid the poison is run perpendicular to them, because the poison comes out in kind of a line in front of them, so you don't want to be standing in front. And yeah, you see how much damage the charged heavy did. It's kind of insane, and they do have quite a few opportunities to get those attacks in. Like, anytime they do kind of a slam from up in the air is a good opportunity to get one. This combo, when it ends, is a good opportunity. I whiff on the first one. But I got the stagger anyway, so it doesn't super matter. He did drag me into the middle a bit there, but generally that is it wasn't the cleanest, but I was able to kill him before the second one really got aggroed. And this one I actually find to be a little bit easier to deal with. I find, especially when he's in Twin Blade form. But yeah, just like the other one, I run kind of horizontally away from the poison so it doesn't mess me up. And yeah, the charged heavies do sometimes miss when you're locked on. I have kind of noticed that if the lock on is like up high, sometimes the animation will get a little weird. That attack is one you want to watch out for, because it has 2 hits really close back to back. And you don't want to do, I forgot about this, you don't want to do what I'm doing here. I am full ballsing it, which is a terrible idea. And I don't recommend, but I was fairly confident I could kill him. That was kind of a, yeah, that was very much just a going all in moment. But you really, if you're getting hit by these guys, they do deal a lot of damage. You probably want to just take a second to heal, because that's the kind of hubris that cannon will get you killed like 70% of the time. I just happened to, depending on how you look at it, you could say I either got lucky or I was just made a skillful play. But the nice thing about like this weapon is and the damage it deals, because that's kind of the big thing. It's the huge damage and the huge stagger, and being able to take big chunks out of boss's health and end the fights as quickly as possible, like without being greedy, with just making every hit deal as much damage as possible, and kind of minimizing the potential to make mistakes, right? That's kind of how I kind of approach making this run. That's why I wanted to kind of do it with a strength weapon. That and the fact that, I mean, the Serpent Hunter is on a critical path. Like, you grab it regardless. You use it regardless against Rykard, so... And that's part of the reason why it's such a meta weapon for speedrunners anyway. But, yeah. Deep Root Depths, nothing that interesting. We're just going to essentially run to get 2 Graces. There's nothing to pick up here, I don't think. I think there is some Somber Stones. Like, if you missed a Somber Stone somewhere, I think there's There might actually be a Somber 7 in here somewhere that you can grab. It's not going to be as fast as the one in Noxtella, but there is one you could grab. I think. I don't remember. But this Grace here, next to kind of the bottom of the roots, you do want to grab. And then I think I'm going to go up the roots. Yeah, because we're going to set up Fia's Champs now. For a couple of reasons. There's a couple of reasons we want to do this now, because we need capital access. And this is another case of me trying to kind of find synergies between like what we have to do and where we need to go. Because if we kill Fia's Champs, we actually get to take a portal to Lanedell. And that's how we're going to skip Altus. Assuming we've killed two demigod bosses or 2 Great Runes bosses, which at this point we have. We killed Renala and we've killed Godric. And we've killed Radon. So we've got 3 by this point. So we can get to Lanedell, and that's how we skip Altus. Because there's no need to run through Altus, and since we need to go here for Fortisax anyway, it is a good use of synergy to get to Lanedell this way. And unfortunately, it means we skip my favorite open world section, but that's fine. I can do that in a casual playthrough. And here's why we got this Grace, is because I teleport back, because we're going to... Now is where I'm going to do the run to Estelle. I'm not going to fight Estelle yet, but I am going to set him up. Oh, there's a smithing 4 there. How lovely. And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier when I was saying, like, I set up all the bosses I'm going to do. Like, I'm basically just setting up all the remaining underground stuff at this point. It's probably more efficient to just fight the bosses you go to. Like, it would have been more efficient to me to just fight Fia's Champs, then go here and fight Estelle, like... But I just like doing all the setup at once, so now we just start a very, very long run to Estelle. There's nothing really to grab here. I grabbed this Grace because I'm kind of scared of the little Estelle shooting meteors, but... It's probably not necessary. I mean, I guess this area is kind of scary. But it's a really cool area, honestly. Like, I do like this area in casual runs, but I think this was the run. Like, out of the 4 I did, like, this one I was kind of like, ooh, this does kind of suck. Like, having to run through here. I just kind of run between pieces of cover here to try and avoid most of it. It's another case where it's probably optimal to just run past him. There probably are safe ways to avoid his meteors, but I'm just trying to not risk it. I have not tested it or anything in this run really, so I'm just kind of going on instinct here. These ants are very scary. They will probably kill you in 2 hits, so be wary of that. And they have projectiles too, so you want to watch out. This was something weird. That item is different than I remember. I don't know why I got 8 golden rune 10s there. I could have sworn that did not used to be the case. I don't know if that was like a patch or if it was a glitch of some kind. But I could have sworn that used to be just 1 golden rune 10. If anyone has any idea what that's about, I would love to know. Because I picked that up and I was like, huh? Why is there 8 of them? But yeah, after that I just run through Noxtella, and this is almost where we're gonna grab. I think I do grab it actually. Where the other Somber 7 is. I think it's just past these ant people. But yeah, if anyone knows what that golden rune 10 weirdness is about, or maybe I'm just crazy and it was always like that. Yeah, it's like immediately past this door, you can take a left, and yeah, it's right here. So like, obviously this is much faster than going down all those platforms and grabbing it in Volcano Manor. And I actually like to take this path around to the elevator because it avoids the ant people on the other side, so that's why I went that way regardless. So if you're willing to wait till that point to get that Somber 7, to get to +9, like if you're comfortable doing Radon Mimic tier, I guess, Regal, and Valiant Gargoyles with the +6, like it's definitely going to save you time. And as someone who has done it, I can assure you it's not that bad. In fact, I'm pretty sure my Gargoyles fight with the +6 was my cleanest Gargoyles fight. Not because it was a +6, obviously, like there was some RNG that went my way. But it was like my fastest out of all the runs I've done. That was my fastest Gargoyles fight, was when I just had the +6. And this is where we're going to do some running through the lake. Which is normally kind of like interesting because you're trying to like keep yourself from being scarlet rotted and moving between the platforms, but here not so much. Here we're just going to be full bore sprinting through the muck. I do get the grace just because, like, at this point I haven't gotten any graces, I think, since the bottom of Ain't River, so I don't want to risk anything. And I do try and avoid getting rotted, so I think I actually will stop here. Yeah, I kind of hold on until these platforms come up, just because I want to wait like as long as I can and get a little extra distance before the rot kicks in. You should have enough flasks to make it through, assuming you don't stop and you kind of run all the way through. You should be fine generally. Like, obviously keep an eye on your health, but you should have enough flasks to chug that you should be able to make it to the Grand Cloister Grace. You should be able to make it without any issues. And there's nothing to fight, there's nothing to grab. There is also I believe there's a Somber 8 and 9 here, which in my first run, I thought it would be smart to grab the Somber 8 and 9 here, and I assure you that it's not. It is very out of the way. It's extremely difficult to do without rot cures, like you're almost certainly going to die. It was not a good idea. It was me trying to Galaxy Brain, and it was not a good idea. So that was one of the big reasons I changed the route to go to Dragon Barrel early to get the Somber 8 and 9, because getting them from here is not ideal by any means. But I grabbed this Grace, and then so now I'm basically set up for a stealth, but I don't fight him yet. I do believe I fight, because I think the order that I do this in is I do Fia's Champ, then I do Lanedell, and then I come back for the underground bosses. And I go to... Did I get confused here? I think I might have. Yeah, I went to the wrong place. Yeah, okay, so I guess... That's right, I did do the quest for the Curse Mark first, which honestly is smart. Current me kind of wasn't thinking as good as past me on this, because basically what I want here is to, once I kill Fia's champs, I can just give Fia the Curse Mark of Death right away. And again, there's me using the elevator time to use some remembrances. I'm surprised I didn't use Radon's earlier, but oh well. I think my game kind of stuttered there. That was weird. And yeah, so now that you have the Finger Slayer Blade, that's the item you need. Talk to her twice, she'll give you the Carrion statue, and we never have to talk to her again. Thank God. Now we go back to the Eastern Liurnia Lakeshore, and we're going to do a little more running. So yeah, there is like, I guess there is kind of like different rounds of setup. Like, now that I think about it, there's kind of like three phases to this run. There's like the initial setup, and then there's like the initial run of bosses to essentially set up to get our weapon, which is like the Stormveil bosses, Rhea Lucaria, Volcano Manor, and then Caria Manor to trigger Ronnie's questline. There's like that first batch of like content I go through, and then once I get my weapon, it's kind of, well, then I fight like Radon, and I fight a few more of those bosses, but now we're kind of like in a lull again, where we're doing more setup. to essentially fight like all of the mid-game bosses, running to Estelle, setting up for Fortisax, and then we're going to go to Landell, and we're essentially going to kill all of the early game boss or mid-game bosses, and then there's going to be another round of setup to set up all of the end game bosses, and that one is going to be up quite a bit longer because it's going to entail essentially running to Fire Giant, getting the second Halig Tree Medallion, and then getting to Ordna, getting to Mogwin Palace, and I think that's about it, but those things will take a while. Here, not a lot to say, just don't get sniped by the wizard. Roll onto that lamp, or that chandelier, and I usually just do this by, I land on that one, jump onto the one on the left, and then just a simple walking jump should land you comfortably onto the beam, and safe. I have never had an issue with that parkour. Even if it looks kind of scary, I assure you it is very consistent. It's also almost certainly not the only way, or perhaps not even the ideal way to get down to the elevator safely, but it's just what I've, like, even since my first playthrough, that's kind of just the route I've always taken. It's always worked out for me. And the mage wizard is honestly not as scary as it seems. Like, I know Preceptor Miriam is very, very scary in the right side up tower to fight, but running past her here, I've never really had that. I've been like sniped a couple times, but she's never killed me. Fun fact, you can use Torrent on this bridge. I give Godskin Noble a little smack for good luck. And we're just going to run to the Divine Tower. I find this section also pretty boring. Because it's like almost the end of the setup for Fortisax. It pretty much is. The only other thing we have to do is talk to Fia a bunch, which is pretty tedious. And we're going to get a completely useless talisman out of it also, because it boosts our intelligence, and we use absolutely nothing in this run that scales with intelligence. We are a dumb boy who just bonks and wears kind of goofy looking armor. I've always found Dee's armor kind of goofy looking, but it's basically like free to get with this run. Which reminds me, a bit of a mistake. Another mistake I made in my first playthrough was not talking to Fia in Roundtable Hold. For some reason, I was under the impression that she would show up after Fia's champs regardless. But no, you do actually have to kickstart her quest and give Dee the dagger and all that stuff in Roundtable Hold. So that's one of the adjustments I made. I basically made it so that once I had my weapon and got that upgraded, I made use of that time to go kickstart her quest before doing this. Because now we can actually go... I don't think I went to the right grace there. I don't know why I would be going to that one. Yep, there we go. Definitely not the cleanest menuing in this run so far. Oh, that's right. I went to fight Rykard. I completely forgot about Rykard. Yeah, I normally would fight him after Radahn, but I got so caught up in doing the underground that, like, you could fight Rykard anytime really after you upgrade your Serpent Hunter, and you're gonna see a +9 Serpent Hunter against him is quite something as well. I just find him a little scary because some of his attacks can borderline one-shot if you don't have enough HP. That attack there, when he lifts the ground up, I've never found a consistent way to dodge it. I've seen people do like a weird jump off to the side to avoid it, but I just block. It mitigates like most of the damage. It's one of the like very few instances in this game where I find blocking really kind of like the way to go. And you can see we're chunking our way through phase 1. Like it is very, very strong against him, especially with the charged attack buffs we have. But I don't use any of my weapon arts because I save them for phase 2 because they are a good way to stagger him. Because the one thing we want to avoid in phase 2 is the Skull Rain attack. Not only because it's scary, but because it is a huge time waster. but mostly because it's scary, honestly. Like, that attack can definitely get you killed. So I try to do 2 weapon art combos here at the start. I only stagger him on the first one, unfortunately. But basically, I'm trying to burn down his health as quick as I can, because at around 50% HP, he'll actually start mixing in his snakehead attacks, which I think he starts doing here or around here. Yeah, there we go. And that, which is actually a good thing, because if he starts doing those, he's a little, at least, like, I don't know exactly how his decision making works. But yeah, and then I get the stagger, and then the fight's pretty much over. Successfully avoided the Skull Rain attack, but you do want to be, like, quite aggressive in phase 2. I mean, I don't know, maybe you're comfortable with the Skull Rain attack, I don't know. But I am not, and so I try to be very aggressive, using the weapon arts and the charged attacks as much as I can. And yeah, if you can get him to, like, start using his snakehead attacks, those are good, because there are more things he can do that aren't the Skull Rain attack, but he'll only start doing that once he's at about 50% HP, so that's why I try to burn through especially the first half of his health bar quite quickly, or as quickly as I can. And I think the reason I like really wanted to do that first is because in my second run, I died like 5 times to Fia's champs. They are not formidable in stature, but man, they can be scary. So I think that's what kind of clicked me in to be like, I want to be as leveled up as possible before I do this fight. Because in the last run, this actually was one of my biggest time losses. And the key is kind of the same as it is for a lot of the other bosses, is to not force things. It feels like you kind of can force things because, like, they're just NPCs, you can just tank through it, but they deal a lot of damage. So you really got to be careful. This first guy, you should be able to just essentially one-shot him like that. The timing, like, because you can't hit him as soon as he spawns in. There's like a weird delay where he has invincibility frames. And the same with Roger. Like, I whiffed the first one because he's still in invincibility frames. But honestly, I feel like with these NPC fights, like, charged attacks are not worth it. Like, they're just so fast, they can punish you. And you can see regular R1s are more than enough to kill them. That was even before drinking my tear. But when the three are the real threat, I always try to take out the spellcaster. You should be able to get her with 1 charged heavy. So I try to get her as soon as she spawns in. But after that, I don't really use the charged attacks at all. I kind of play very defensively, and, like, yeah, when there's one of them coming at me like that, like, you can go for a poke, but my biggest issue before, and what led to so many deaths, was me trying to charge up the charged heavies and just getting comboed by the 2 of them. So I don't think I do it at all, or almost at all here. At least until there's only 1 left. Like, now it's a bit safer. Generally, the way I try to do it is kill the spellcaster right off the rip, then bait out the axe guy, and then the 1v1v Lionel is pretty... yeah, it's pretty simple. At that point, it shouldn't be that scary of a fight. It really isn't. You just can't get too aggressive, get too greedy, because they are high damaging enemies, and there is Fia, and there's the portal unlocked to Lanedale, which is great. And yeah, because I have the Curse Mark of Death already, I can give it to her, like, right now instead of having to do the hug and then go get it. So that's why I wanted to do that first. Yeah, Fia's champs shouldn't be that hard of a fight. It's just like many, it kind of depends on your proclivity to be able to rein in your aggression. And it is one fight where, like, charged heavies, other than, like, as enemies are spawning in, like, that's a safe spot to try to get them if you can get the timing. But outside of those moments, I honestly wouldn't recommend going for them, because that was that was absolutely one of my biggest time losses in the second run, which is kind of it kind of made me upset. So I was very cautious, but also I was more leveled, because I think in that run I also fought Rykard afterwards, I fought him like after Morgott or something like that. And yeah, you want to use your Baldachin's Blessings whenever you get them, by the way. I haven't mentioned that yet, but make sure you use them because they're draining your HP. And we don't want that. So now I go to Lanedale. I'm basically just going to run to... Like, at this point now, we have basically like 4 bosses on... Or 3 bosses on the docket. 3 remembrances on the docket, sir. We have Morgott here. We have Fortisax that we can... At this point, we can spawn in at any time. And Estelle. You can do them in whatever order you want to. I basically just approached this run in general as like... Whenever I had an option, I thought, okay, who am I most comfortable with? Well, first things first, I thought, okay, is there anything for the build I need? Which is... And if yes, I probably should do that first, which is why, you know, as I'm talking about this now, I'm thinking that I should do Volcano Manor probably earlier than I do. This guy was a little obnoxious, blocking my path, but... I just jumped down these stairs, and once you're kind of on the stairs, you can just drop onto the rooftops. I know there's a skip that you can do to get down here slightly faster, but like I said, I'm not even bothering to try to learn skips. It's not worth the time, even though I think this one's pretty easy. I'm not even risking like a death. There is also one of the very few times I actually fight a normal enemy is this Erdtree Avatar here, because he drops a Lord's Rune, which is worth 50k. And he also drops like 10-ish K, I think. So he's like a 60k soul gain. So I think it's worth it to kill him. Especially if you're feeling a little light on levels. Like if you're feeling a little squishy, maybe you want some extra vigor for the run. This is a fairly quick kill. Like the rune benefit, like the rune to time spent ratio is like very, very high for this enemy, so I do find it's worth it. I don't think I killed him in every run, but it's a very easy, like, 60 or so K. But yeah, back to, like, what I was saying earlier, which I kind of already forgot, but I was saying something about the Remembrance bosses. Oh yeah, like the comfortability factor. Like, I'm just... Like, if something is, like, essential for my build, like, that's kind of, like, what'll tip me off in that direction. Like, I would definitely want to... If I hadn't gotten the Somber 7 in Volcano Manor, I definitely would want to go get that before fighting. Like, I would want to go to that, like, essentially right after Valiant Gargoyles, because there's no reason not to at that point, and it's all set up you have to do anyway for Estelle. But in the absence of anything you need for the run, I kind of just go based on who I'm most comfortable with whenever I have multiple remembrances on the table. And in this case, it's definitely Morgott. Mostly just because he's the squishiest. Fortisax scares me a little bit. He killed me in my first run a couple times. I've kind of alluded to that I don't particularly like his fight. And it has also gotten me killed a couple times. So I want to be like as level as I can going into him. So I believe I'm going to fight Morgott first, then Estelle, then Fortisax. I like this Grace just for safety. I do, and I think I tried to rest here. Oh, I forgot about this. I think these guys are going to kill me. Yeah, this was... I don't know why. I think it's... Oh, it's because I wanted my physic back. Because I didn't rest next to Fia. That's what the mistake was. I didn't rest in the Grace after... Yeah, there I go. I did not rest at the Grace after Fia's Champs. I just went straight through the portal, so I didn't have my physic. So that's what led to me wanting to rest there, so I ended up getting killed. Like, it's not a huge time loss, because I spawned right... I got the Grace lit, I spawned right there. But yeah, that mistake was born from me not resting after Fia's Champs, so you definitely do want to do that, because it also means I'm going to have to run from the Roots Grace again when I go to fight Fortisax, which is an additional time loss. But my thing I was actually going to say before I remembered that I kind of had a brain fart here was you do want to grab that Grace regardless because of this Gargoyle. When you're running up the branches, yeah, he can shoot projectiles at you. I got very lucky there that he didn't knock me off, but I have actually gotten knocked off before. To the point where I don't even know if I feel like it's worth getting that golden seed. Because if you run behind him, he actually won't aggro to you, and you can just run safely up the ridge. But if I do this again, I might swap out getting that golden seed. I know it's right there, but it's like so scary with that gargoyle, and obviously it's not worth taking a ton of time to kill him. Because there are some other fairly fast golden seeds you can get. There's one in Consecrated Snowfields later that's pretty fast to get. So I might just swap that one out and see how that goes. But we're on to Goldfree now. He will get absolutely chunked by your weapon, and I get extremely greedy in this fight because of it. That spin attack is the best one he can give you. It is a free charged heavy every single time. The jumping heavies, yeah, so there, and then the fight's pretty much over as soon as... Yeah, so I was pretty confident I was going to stagger him there. That's why I didn't heal, but once again, very risky strategy. Would not fully recommend it. And you do get an extra talisman pouch, which is nice, but kind of useless right now. We don't have another talisman worth using. We will eventually get one, but right now we just have the kind of useless intelligence talisman as our fourth. Oof, running up to Morgott. Okay, so this guy you're going to need to kill, assuming you want to rest up a Grace, which I assume you would, because you want your physic back. He shouldn't be an issue. You should be able to kind of just stagger lock him to death. In fact, if my weapon hadn't clanked off the wall, you would basically just be able to kill him in 2 charged heavies. But yeah, I hadn't fully finished talking about Goldfree. The jumping R2s can be kind of sketchy on him. I think jumping R... Like, you can get a jumping R2 with some faster weapons, but with this one, it's not fully safe. So I would recommend jumping R1s. You're generally going to fare a little bit better. I put the talisman on anyway, even though it's kind of useless. But I'm going to talk about Godfrey's moveset a lot more when we actually fight Godfrey. That fight, even if you play it sloppily like I did, it should be pretty free just because your damage is just so insane. And we're going to kind of see that again with Morgott here. Another very squishy fight. This guy needs more health. I know a lot of people will probably agree with me on that. He has a great moveset, but yeah, he's just extremely squishy. He's essentially just an upgraded version of Margit, and kind of like Margit, there aren't a ton of opportunities to get charged heavies, at least in Phase 1. Phase 2 has a few more. And yeah, I forgot, this was a very sloppy Morgott fight. This was like one of the sloppier fights in the run. So in this fight, I'm going to be using just pokes and jump attacks a lot more than charged heavies. Here I do get one off, yeah. But unless you're able to get fully behind him, you're generally not going to have that much luck getting charged attacks off. And here do I jump at him here? Yeah, I went for a jump attack when he was summoning the swords. Don't do that. It's not a good idea. And I think I almost choked it here. Yeah, that was a very bad heal. The whole fight was kind of bad. This is where I thought I was going to die for sure. I got kind of a lucky dodge there. But yeah, I honestly don't know those attacks though. The blood attacks, those are the best ones. He does them both back to back, because you can just, especially that slash, the one where he raises it above his head, because you can just strafe around it and it's a free charged heavy. He does those fairly often in Phase 2, and that's what I was saying. There is some good charged heavy opportunities in Phase 2. In Phase 1, there's not many. You kind of just have to poke and prod at him. Try to get jump attacks if you can. But I honestly don't even think it's worth going for charged heavies in Phase 1, because he moves around so much, and he attacks with such frequency. But overall, who am I to give any tips on Morgott? That was a very, very sloppy fight. I'm honestly kind of surprised when I look back that I didn't die on it, but that's kind of why I'm confident in taking on Morgott before some of the other bosses, is because you can afford to be sloppy because of how low his HP is generally. And yeah, I think I crank Vigor up to 50 just because I want a lot for Fortisax. And at this point, I'm going to kind of wane off leveling healing as much. I'm going to focus more on damage. And yeah, so I do Estelle first, and I do Fortisax last out of kind of this batch of bosses. If I was playing this optimally, I probably don't do these two bosses now. I probably wait until I'm more leveled and have a plus 10 before I do Estelle and Fortisax. But like I said, I kind of like try to do this run in generally like a game progression order. Like it's not exact. Like I go to Volcano Manor like way earlier than you normally would in a playthrough. But that's because there's a very like critical thing I need there. Though, watch out for these guys. They will probably shoot. I have avoided them a couple times by jumping across a little earlier. But that is why I kind of jump across to the other side. I don't want those guys hitting me too much. But now we're just going to run into Estelle. And Estelle, unlike Morgott, he's a slower paced fight, which is good. He has quite a few more damage windows. I think for this one, I buff up before I go in. Because he opens with a laser right away, and yeah. He usually opens with a laser right away, and I want to beeline it to him as fast as I can. Because I want to avoid his tail. Which it's an attack I've always kind of struggled to dodge, but he'll do this like where he'll like float up and swing his tail down at you. If you are like running straight at him, it'll just miss. But I find like if you aren't out of its range, it's a pretty tough attack to like dodge through. And for the most part, I just kind of try to stick to his face here. Whenever he does those like purple attacks, those are pretty good opportunities generally to get hits in. Once he resets though, like he can attack with those mandibles pretty fast, so you do need to be careful of that. That attack is very scary. I was kind of surprised that I dodged it. He doesn't do it that often, but I don't know, I'm sure you've all seen pictures of the grab. It does have a pretty brutal hitbox. But as you can see again, it's kind of a pretty common theme by this point, but our damage is very, very high. Once he's at about 50%, he will do the meteor attack. It's another one of those kind of scripted in-fight like moves that he will do. Unfortunately, other than like kind of trying to get close to him, I kind of get clobbered there. There's not a whole lot you can do to counter it. Like, I just try to get close to him so that when it's over, I'm in good position. But I have not ever really found a strat to consistently dodge that move fully. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have gone for a second charged heavy there. I'm trying to get a stagger off, but I don't think I do. Yeah, I just kill him there. Not the cleanest Estelle. I have had cleaner Estelles than that. But generally, it's just a matter of punishing his magic attacks. Like, after he does, like, the magic stuff, you can follow up after most of his attacks, to be honest, with a charged heavy. And yeah, so here this is kind of where I realized I didn't rest up a grace, so I had to trudge my way back. But I'm essentially going to try to level as much as I can before Fortisax, because Fortisax is a chaotic fight. There is so much going on in that fight, from the Death Blight, from the lightning everywhere, the fire, the lightning striking on you, the follow-up attacks, or the follow-up effects on his melee attacks. Like, I can't really describe the fight as anything other than overstimulating. Which normally I don't mind. Like, Rykard is also kind of overstimulating, but I don't mind him as much. I just find Fortisax, like, it's hard to know when you can attack. And I know that's a criticism that can be levied at a lot of Elden Ring bosses, but I don't feel that's the case with most of them. Like, I feel like there is a rhythm to most of them, but if there is one to Fortisax, I have never found it. I have always struggled with kind of like getting inconsistent damage, and I find like the The lightning that follows you around is the most egregious part, in my opinion. Like, if that wasn't part of the fight, I think I would like it substantially more. Because I find it's just a little bit obnoxious in terms of taking away like opportunities to attack that are otherwise safe, and also sometimes forcing you into instances of where it's like literally unavoidable to take damage because like you have to dodge the lightning, but he's also attacking you, and you can't, and, like you don't have enough iframes to dodge both. So yeah, talk to Fia again. I think you'll have to rest. She'll give you another Baldachin's Blessing. You'll have to rest. And then you'll finally be able to access Fortisex, and then that's basically the last talking we do for the run. The last NPC we need to interact with. And there we go. With a nice sip of water, we're going to go fight Fortisex. And my strategy for this fight is, I don't know, man. Try your best. I don't super have one. Unlike Estelle, there's not a lot of like really consistent openings. And a lot of that just has to do with the constant lightning in on you. I also think this is a very unclean fight. You should be able to get a jump attack right off the rip there. That's kind of nice. Like, this honestly might be a fight that's kind of... There are opportunities to get charged heavies, but... Yeah, it's just really dependent on like, how aggressive that lightning's being. And it honestly just might be a fight where you're better off kind of being a little less focused on that charged heavies and just kind of trying to whittle him down. Because I've never staggered him. I've never been able to build up enough attacks in a short period of time to actually get a stagger off on him. So I think this was maybe one of the few fights that was faster with Bloodhound's Fang. Because it was just a little bit... I didn't need as long of a window to get hits in. I was shocked at this point that I was still alive. This has been a brutal fight up until this point. I've just been taking hit after hit. It does start to get a little better. Here I start to play... When he does the Death Lightning summon, that is a good opportunity to get some charged heavies. You should be able to get at least one. I probably wouldn't go for more than one just because the lightning can come in at any time. But when he does summon the Death Lightning, that is a good opportunity to get one. And when he does that attack, it's also... I mean, it was kind of risky, I guess. But if you start up early enough in the animation, you can get one off before he delivers the strike. And I don't know if he goes into phase 2 here. That's the other thing that's weird about this boss. Sometimes he just doesn't go into phase 2. That attack reaches back kind of far, so you do want to watch out for that. But otherwise, if you're like behind him, it's another good spot to use a charged heavy. But like honestly, the more I'm looking at this, the more it's just like if there isn't lightning on you, it's probably a good time to use a charged heavy. You can probably use one pretty reliably. If you're like standing at his back legs, you're usually going to be pretty safe. And if there's no lightning coming down on you imminently, that's probably... So that there is more opportunities to get the charged heavies than I kind of remembered. But the beginning of that fight was still brutal. And it's just never a fight that I'm ever that comfortable with. But with that done... And that's kind of why I waited, because I wanted to basically level up as much as I can before I fought him. And honestly, if I were to do this again, I probably would have waited until I had a plus 10, until I had kind of leveled up even more and been more prepared, because there's no need to even fight him or Estelle now, because we can just go to mountaintops and get, like, there's 2 more Sacred Tears we'll get, there's the pathway to get the Somber 10. There's a couple different Somber 10s you can get. And there is one you can get essentially as soon as you get the second Halo Tree Medallion, because you can go kill the Invader in Consecrated Snowfields and get one that way. So you could go to Fortisax stronger, and same with Estelle if you're uncomfortable with Estelle. I just wasn't really that worried about Estelle, so I took care of him now. But once we're through this door, we do the long run to the, like, this section here is probably the longest continuous running section of the whole run, probably, because we have to walk all the way up, all the way across the bridge, and then get on Torrent, run through Forbidden Lands, and then horse our way all the way through Mountaintops to Fire Giant. It's pretty long, but it is kind of like the bulk of the last section of setup that we're going to do, because we are kind of nearing the end of the run. Like, I know it doesn't feel that way, but we're 2.5 hours in, and how many remembrances have we killed now? I have not counted them, but we got Renala, Godric, Morgott, Radon, Regal Ancestor Spirit, Fortisax, Estelle. So at this point we've got 7. We're almost halfway through the Remembrance bosses. And I don't know if I'm forgetting any. Renala, Godric, Morgott. Oh, Riker. No, we got Riker too, so we're at 8. So we're over halfway. And considering we didn't kill any of them until like 40 or so minutes in, like, that's what I meant by I was saying the rate that we're going to be progressing once we get our weapon, it is immense. Because we're just running through all the content, and most of these, like, at this point we're entering the end game where we're not going to be able to just tank damage and outscale things anymore. Like, at this point is where I would say the game is kind of going to catch up to us. But that kind of stretch from once we get the Serpent Hunter to, like, pretty much every Remembrance boss you can access after that will go down quite easy. I still think Fortisax is kind of spooky, but that, I recognize that easily could just be a skill issue on my end. And with that, we're going to take the elevator down to the Forbidden Lands. And once we get to the bottom, we're just going to start running through the Forbidden Lands, which there isn't really anything too interesting in here. There is a golden seed, which is nice. We're going to be on the verge of getting our 10th and final flask. I do like that grace just because there is like an outside chance something could go wrong here. Like, there are enemies, there are gaps you can fall through, and you definitely don't want to run through that whole bridge section again, so I take like the extra just couple seconds to grab that grace. I've never understood why they don't let you have Torrent on that bridge. Because they let you have him on the bridge to where the Curse Mark of Death is, but not on the one after Morgott. So that one is a little bit strange, but it might just be because, you know, it's more of a maybe wanting you to reflect a moment on like how far you've gone in the game. I don't know. But the one thing to note though as you're going through is when you get to the end, unlike the Dectan's Medallion where it didn't really matter, you are going to want to light the grace. Like, no matter what, you definitely want to light the grace at the end of this area, because that is where we're actually going to come back to use the Hailing Tree Medallion. Like, no matter what, you're going to have to go through here twice, or go through this lift twice, so make sure you grab the grace. The Black Blade Kindred can be kind of scary, but generally, like, does he walk in on me here? No. There was one of my runs where he like fully followed me up to the grace, and it was kind of spooky. Yeah, he tried his best, but... And now we begin the long run through Mountaintops. Yeah, the only other thing I grabbed there was that golden seed. The 10th flask is the last one that I get. I do think if... Like, I'm trying to think if there's enough golden seeds where you could conceivably get an 11th flask. I think... And I'm going to kind of just openly contemplate this now, because there's not going to be a lot to talk about for a few minutes as I just run through here. Because I think it would make sense. I think if you wanted safety, it would make sense to maybe go for another flask, at least one more. There is the one at the end of the bridge in Rea Lucaria. There's one in Consecrated Snowfield. that I actually think is probably better to get than the one in Lanedale next to the gargoyle, just because the gargoyle is kind of spooky. But that would be 2 extra, and I gotta say, honestly, like if I'm trying to think of 2 more, Altus might be the fastest bet. I'm not sure on that. I don't have all of the Golden Seed locations memorized, unfortunately. But it may just be worth it to run like past Tree Sentinel Duo and grab those 2, because that might just be more efficient, of the most efficient way of getting 2 more. But I roll with 10. 10 is generally fine for me. You're going to notice a lot of the times where if you're dying at this point in the run, it's not going to be through attrition. It's going to be through getting like one shot or comboed into death. Like 10 flasks, considering how good our damage is, 10 flasks generally should be enough to get you through the fights. But like I said, that's going to vary from person to person. It would go a lot further if I had not been a goofball and grabbed the 4th sacred flask all the way back in Caelid. That would have been super nice. But we're actually going to get our last golden seed of the run just up here. It's really the only other thing we're going to grab, along with one more grace. And then that'll mark like the halfway point of mountaintops, and then we do the run. Then we do the run to Fire Giant, and then I'm going to be doing kind of all of the final round of setup. The nice thing about this section is it's kind of the last boring section of the run. Like the beginning section of the run is kind of boring, but it's at least like mentally stimulating, because everywhere you're going, you're thinking like, okay, I gotta grab this and this and this. Like, it's very dense with item collecting, but at this point here, like, the build is pretty much done. I'm just kind of, like, upgrading my healing a little bit, getting graces for later. Like, there's no more weapon upgrades to get other than the Somber 10, which we can't get here. So it's literally just, like, running on Torrent through mountaintops. And it's not as exciting. Like, I would say the run to Estelle and this part are, like, the most just brain-dead parts of the run. There's not a whole lot to really think about. Yeah, you do want to grab that grace because we will eventually need to go to Commander Nile later. So that grace gives us kind of a nice checkpoint we can go back to, because otherwise we'd be running all the way back from the lift, which is not ideal by any means. Borealis will spawn here, but like most of the dragons, he shouldn't be an issue. Like, you should be able to just run by him. The only problem I've ever had is I sometimes get a little turned around in the fog. But eventually once you kind of like outspace him, the fog will dissipate, and you just gotta be careful, because there are some lobsters kind of hanging around, which can be very spooky. Late game lobsters are no fun. But once you reach kind of like the southeastern tip of the lake, there will be a bell bearing, which is kind of irrelevant, and a church with our first sacred tier in a very, very long time. If you are smarter than me, you would have gotten another one a little bit prior. I don't know why I got off Torrent there. I think I got a little confused and went to light that grace, but there's no actual reason to light that grace. There is a little graveyard kind of up this hill here. At this point, I mean, the marginal, like, the gains you get from rune pickups like this are going to be pretty small, but you do get a golden rune 10. You might even get 2 golden rune 10s. Oh, it's 2 7s, so it's not bad. It's a few extra runes. Like, maybe it'll net you an additional level, and it is kind of right along the way. But the only other thing we're gonna grab is one more sacred tier. But even this upcoming sacred tier, if I gotta be honest, and if I'm thinking back on this now, I probably would swap this one out for the Caelid one. because this one's gonna be kind of annoying. It's gonna be the one at the Church of Repose, and we're gonna have to fight an invader, and that's not gonna be ideal, obviously. And it is the God, how I forget the Rivers of Blood invader, Okina, who can be quite scary. So if you're okay with running with a +5 flask like max, you could kind of replace this one with the much easier one to grab in Kaled. Honestly, I feel like if I were to do this again, I'd probably grab both. I'm not like that. I don't find that much trouble with fighting Okina. But we're almost at Fire Giant. You just want to make sure when he spawns in that you aren't too close to the animals that are fighting, because yeah, it'll force you off your horse, but you just don't want to end up accidentally aggroing some of the random dudes that are around. And do make sure you grab the Grace, because you don't want to die. I didn't grab the Grace at the start of the area. I probably should have. And yeah, it is kind of a slow fight. If you're kind of a higher end runner at this and you're really trying to perfect the time, you definitely would not grab this one. Just because unless you're able to like find a reliable way to kill this guy quickly. I never have. And you always have to respect that he can do that weapon art, so you kind of have to play a little more on the defensive side. He also rolls around a lot. So he can be hard to kind of like, you can't stagger him the way you can some NPCs. I'm not sure if Wild Strikes would work on him. I feel like I'd be kind of scared to try it with the axe, but either way, he's dead. We get our tier and we move on. Alright, actually, I almost missed the tier. I forgot about that. So now our flask... Well, now that I think about it, there actually is another golden seed here. It's kind of off to the left. Like, if you kind of head to, like, the north a little bit. Like, off to the... Like, if you kind of kept going north here, you would eventually kind of end up on a cliff face, and there is another golden seed there. So that would get you to 3. And I'm not sure where a 4th one would be if you wanted an extra flask, to be honest. There almost certainly is, maybe somewhere in Limgrave, or like early on in Weeping, a faster one you could get. And yeah, so I take this opportunity to fully level myself up. And this is where, yeah, because I want to do all my setup now, so I go back to fight Nile. You could fight Fire Giant first, but that is another one of the fights that kind of scares me a little bit. So I opt to do Nile first, which some people might find crazy, because that's another fight I know people tend to struggle with. But we're going to see it's another fight that with Serpent Hunter, we're gonna put him to work. His damage is nothing to scoff at. Like, for sure, at this point in the game, being tanky is not enough. It's not going to be enough to just tank through boss fights. We are going to have to be a little bit more careful, but Nile isn't too bad. Honestly, running through Castle Sol is more scary, at least for me, than Nile. Some of the enemies there are really quite something. These guys are less scary than they seem. You should be able to just torrent your way past them. Yeah, they sure are pretty scary. And same with the Death Right Bird that's going to spawn on the cliff, like down on the cliff side here. I would not worry too much about it. And I guess another kind of easy way to, if you want extra runes and you wanted to do a dupe, like we don't run by a lot of these mausoleums, but I mean, obviously it would be a bit of a time loss, but if you were to dupe a remembrance anywhere, this would be the place to do it. And you would probably want to use Rykard's Remembrance because it gives you 50k runes instead of the. I think most of the other ones are 30k. So if you're rune starved, if you want maybe another level or two of health before we start tackling like the mountaintops combat stuff, feel free to take out that mausoleum if you want to. It'll probably take like a couple minutes, I would think. Maybe a little less if you're really, really fast. But yeah, not a whole lot to comment on here. We're just cruising through. This guy at the top of the stairs is scary though. Do be mindful of him. I think I actually bait out an attack first. Oh no, I don't. I just went... Because, yeah, you have to run in there to light that grace, and he can teleport in. And he can be very, very scary. He can, like, kill you. He can kill you in, like, a couple of seconds. Yeah, he even follows me here. This was a surprisingly clean run past him. I think in most of my runs, he has at least caused, like, some trouble, but thankfully that time I was able to get past him. I also grabbed the shortcut here. It's just stepping on the elevator quickly. You don't want to linger there for too long though, because those guys are going to chase you. And once I get in here, this is where if you got them, you would use the bewitching branches on the minions. But I always go off to the right here, and this guy, I kind of just do a charged heavy or two charged heavies as he's walking up to me, and you should be able to just kill him. This guy is a little harder, but this attack here, where he does that shield slam and then jumps at you, it's very easy to punish. You can even get a backstab off on him if you dodge behind him instead of backwards, but either way, you should be able to kill him with two charged heavies pretty easily. And then it's just a 1v1. Like, and you saw how that wasn't really that difficult for me to take them out. And then we're down to a 1v1 against Nile, who generally is going to be safe to charged heavy after his lightning attacks, or after some of his lightning attacks. That one there is like one of the best, actually that's by far the best attack he has, because as you saw there, like he does a really big AoE and then charges at you, but once he's done, he goes into like a passive state for a bit, like a recovery animation, and it gives you the opportunity for like two charged heavies, which as you saw, it knocked him down, and it took off the majority of his health. But other than some of those like guaranteed save opportunities, there's not a lot of charged heavies to be found here, because he can launch into his lightning AoEs pretty quickly, and he often also, even when he does, yeah, so there's a boss that was so infamous at the start of this game. I remember when this game started and like everyone would try to find ways to skip Nile because he was so incredibly scary. But I think over time, people have come to realize he's not actually that bad. His attacks do a lot of damage. Some of them have some kind of weird delays on them, but even killing his minions, it's like not as bad if you can kill one of them quickly. Taking on one more 1v1, like especially since he's pretty passive when his minions are alive, like it's not the end of the world. Generally, you just want to look for that big kind of charge up attack he does. Like he'll usually do it like at least once per fight. But other than that, you generally want to stick to maybe jump attacks or pokes. Like you can weave pokes in between his melees pretty consistently. You saw me do it a few times in that fight. It was generally a pretty good Nile fight. There were a few mistakes, but generally I was happy with that fight. And once I got the Hallowed Tree Medallion, I kind of glossed over that, but I just head back because I'm going to do all my setup now, which again is probably not ideal. And I think in my other runs I just did Fire Giant first and then I bothered with all this, but my thought was I wanted to boss rush the end of the game. I wanted to do basically all of the end game bosses back to back to back with as little running as possible. I kind of wanted to get all of the remaining running out of the way. So this is where I do it. And if you were going you wanted to go for the Somber 10 early, this is where you would do it. I will point it out when we kind of go to the area where that Somber 10 is. Once you come out into the consecrated snowfields, this area still kind of messes me up. I still don't know the ideal route through here. But generally, you're gonna want to go like to the north. Like the compass is a big help here. It's just kind of stick to the north until you see that like archer on the horse, and then I start kind of veering west a little bit. And again, it's not an exact science. Like that guy can be kind of scary if you run into him, but generally, if you start kind of slowly heading west, you should eventually end up at this caravan, which if it's nighttime, there will be knights' calves next to it, so you do want to kind of be aware of that. But we're just going to keep running past. And you should eventually come out to this frozen lake. Or this frozen river, I guess. I stick to the right here because in this run, I do not fight the invader. If you want the Somber 10 here, you're going to want to kind of stay on that icy lake and kind of go to the left. Like kind of where those you saw those wolves running by. Like if you went over there, that's where the invader would spawn in. And that's the invader that drops the Somber 10. In hindsight, I kind of do wish I got it, because otherwise, if you don't get it here, you're kind of stuck until Farum Azula. Unless, or I guess Halig Tree. I guess there's one in Halig Tree, and there is, or I guess if you somehow did, what's her name's quest? The Albinoric woman's quest. I forget what it is, but you can get a Somber 10, I believe. Or maybe it's the Smithing 10, I don't remember. But anyway, time to demonstrate how to make Ordina slightly less scary than it is. Basically, my key for Ordina is I try to make it so that I make it so that only one of the epic jump. That's fine. Only one of the statues like is scary, and the first one I do is this one here. I do it very not gracefully, but I jump across the railing there. And yeah, that one there, that's the one that's always kind of scary. I've never found a like safe way to approach that one. The other three I kind of make pretty safe in this route. So I grab this one first, and then I drop down. And the key here is making sure you avoid the arrows first. Like, it's one thing to try to rush up to her, but you definitely want to prioritize dodging, because those volleys will like two-shot you. And once you get up here, you can just R1 spam her until she staggers, and then she'll die. And once she's dead, like, this section is basically over. Like, there's pretty much nothing else we're going to need to worry about. And I know that kind of went, like, that probably looked super... Like, I probably made that look easier than it was because I did it super fast. And you kind of do have to do it super fast because you can't... Like, I know I kind of contradicted myself there, but you can't linger around because I think I get hit here. Yeah, like, that was just 2 arrows from one of them. Like, you can't really linger on that set of rooftops, so you have to go quick and nail your jumps. And I also take out this one. Dropping down onto that ledge is like a little scary. Like, it's not, you might like slip off or you might miss. If you do, just kind of stick to the right. Like, if you run around to the right, like kind of to the right side of these buildings I'm on here, it should keep you generally safe. If you can make the jump onto these rooftops, it is going to be a little bit faster, plus you get a few extra golden runes. But generally you would just run around the side of the building to that ladder that you briefly saw there on the bottom. You'd eventually reach that. And it is completely safe. There aren't really any enemies on that right side, but you don't want to run around. Like, right now, to my right is where like a Black Knife Assassin is, so that's the area you want to avoid, even if you do not make it onto these rooftops. It's not worth climbing up the ladder and like trying to make it onto that ledge. Like if you miss, just kind of run around to the right, and then I go for this one last because there's no avoiding the Black Knife Assassin here. So I kind of just pray and like go as fast as I can to the candle, and that's that. Ordina complete. And the only other thing we would need at all in this area is Moog, and I do believe I'm actually going to go to Moog once I get the Grace in here. Or do I run through to Loretta? I don't remember. I know in a couple of my runs I just got the Grace here, but in at least one of my runs I ran through here right away. Let's find out together, shall we? Oh, I guess I took this opportunity to level. Yeah, because Haligtree can be kind of scary to run through. I can understand my old self's logic in that. There are a couple ways to get down here. There's a jump. Yeah, that jump can be kind of scary. You don't have a lot of room to get to like do the turn properly. If you're not confident in it, honestly, don't bother. You can just run along the roots at the top, and you'll eventually just loop back down like the branches there, and you'll end up in the same spot that I'm in right now. It's a little slower, but if you're not comfortable with that parkour, I wouldn't attempt it. I mean, there's a Grace right there, but like it's not necessary to attempt. These you do have to iframe, those bubbles, and you're gonna have to do it twice as you run down this branch, so just be wary of that. And when I say you have to iframe them, I mean you literally do have to iframe them. If you don't dodge, like those flurry of bubbles will basically one-shot you. So definitely don't give them due deference, because the invoice horn is an insane weapon, even against you. I rest to get rid of the Grace, or nope, I rest to get rid of the Scarlet Rot. And yeah, so I think here I run to Loretta. I don't run through all of Haligtree, but I run to Loretta. And if I remember correctly, something pretty funny happens here. I don't remember if it was this run or not, but it might have been. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that is faster, like no doubt. Jumping down there to kind of like avoid having to run by the Misbegotten, it is definitely faster. But it is so scary because you take a bunch of fall damage, and the ants are there, and the ants do a ton of damage. So honestly, probably not worth it. Probably, in fact, almost certainly not worth it at all. I normally just jump down and run the normal way. I wanted to try that just to see. And I'm sure if you like nail the timing, it probably is more optimal. But it's not even like that big a time save. It's like maybe 20 seconds. Like it's not even that big of a time save. If you're that crunched for time, like at this point in the run, like you're probably gonna miss your goal. If you're that crunched, where you're trying that desperately to save 20 seconds, like I don't know exactly what my time is at this point, but I think I'm at about. Actually, I can check. Yeah, so we're at like just under 3 hours into the actual run. And generally, if you're aiming for the 4 hour time, you're gonna want about an hour to kill the last slate of bosses. So we're on good pace here. We're on good pace because basically all I do is I get this shortcut and then I run to Moog, and then we're set up for all of the endgame fights. I run in here first because I was scared to death of getting knocked off that bridge, so I just kind of ran into this hut first to make sure I didn't get knocked anywhere. There is a jump you can do coming out of the building where you just jump across to this platform, which in all honesty is like definitely a faster way to do it. I was just kind of scared. I didn't want to risk jumping into the void there after my last parkour incident. So now we run to Moog, and then the setup is finally done. Then we finally just go fight stuff. And the only other running we do really is through Farum Azula, which is not as long in this run as it is in a casual run, like for obvious reasons. The only thing to note running to Moog is that he does... that to activate his portal, you will need to fight an invader. And the invader is right next to some spooky stuff. So once you go back to Ordina, just kind of head kind of like southwest, more to the west. Generally, you're going to see an area where those rune bears are, and it's just slightly off to the left from where the rune bears are. You do want to be careful, because the last thing you want is to have to fight a rune bear on top of this guy. I got pretty lucky with my timing here. I was able to like basically kill him right away, but you do want to be careful because he does have a bleed weapon. Yeah, that was a very clean Sanguine Noble invader. If he scares you for any reason, you can... I've seen people like bait him off the cliff by running near the edge. I didn't do it here. I just fought him normally. But if you are kind of scared of him, that it's like right down to my right from where I am right now. You can kind of like run down there and he'll try to hit you and like run off. That's almost certainly the ideal way to do it. The nice thing about here, though, is we're going to get... There is a golden seed here, isn't there? Now that I think about it. Yeah, there is. There is a golden seed here. So, if you were to get an 11th flask, if you wanted one, the grace in Consecrated Snowfield, the additional grace in Mountaintops near Fire Giant, this one here, and the one at the end of the bridge in Liurnia. Those would probably be the 4 I recommend getting if you really want an extra flask. There may even be another one that is more efficient than one of those, because again, I don't have them all memorized off the top of my head. But all of them are a little out of the way. Like, all of those are like a little bit of a detour, but none of them are substantial detours. It could be worth it if you're nervous and want a little bit more safety. The nice thing about running through this swamp too is there are a bunch of high level runes, so there's no real reason not to grab those as you kind of roll through here. And then I'm just going to run all the way to Moog. Once you get up the stairs, we're going to get kicked off Torrent and run the rest of the way as we do. Almost done with the running. We're soon going to get back to fun boss fighting. And I do mean that. I do like the endgame bosses generally in this game. There's a couple that I don't like, but I don't know how controversial of a take that is. I know Elden Ring's endgame was like kind of polarizing at launch. I don't know how opinions on it have kind of varied with time. I feel like people who like this game probably have, I would say, come around a little bit generally on the endgame, just with how balanced it is and with the bosses. But I know the insane damage and all that stuff, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I personally really have ended up liking the endgame bosses, even though... Because I feel it too, like even in my first playthrough, I wouldn't say I was a fan of all the endgame bosses, and a lot of them have grown on me. In fact, Moog is probably either my favorite or second favorite fight in the game. Like it's pretty close. And a few others have grown on me as well. I actually didn't like Malekith a lot my first playthrough. He wasn't really that remarkable to me. He's grown on me a bit. Godfrey's grown on me a bit. Even Fire Giant, if I have to be honest, has kind of grown on me a little bit. He's not wonderful, but I think he's a little bit better than people tend to give him credit for. I think he's a very memorable cinematic fight, even if his mechanics are a little weaker. And speaking of Fire Giant, we're going to fight him right now, because we are all set up now to fight all of the bosses. And my thought is, well, if I'm going to have to run through Farum, like, I kind of want to get all my running done as efficiently as possible, so I think my logic at this point was go kill Fire Giant, go run through Fair Missoula. And that reminds me, I picked up the Flame Talisman and forgot to equip it. So that's the time you want to equip it, because this is like the one boss it's actually going to be useful against. The only other talisman you might have is the Crimson Amber Medallion. If you grabbed it in Volcano Manor, maybe that would be better here, I'm not sure. I epically failed the jump, and in this fight, one thing I really try to stress, and that I think one of the reasons I actually kind of like this fight a bit more now, is I almost never lock on. Like, the lock on is just a nightmare. I do not recommend it pretty much ever. And you do get quite a few opportunities on his leg though, which is nice. 2 charged heavies should break it. You might even be able to break it in 1 if you weren't silly like me and drank your physic tier before entering the fight. And after he rolls, he'll summon up the fire, and again, you can kind of get hits in as he's summoning that if you're able to get close to him enough. That's another thing too. I use Torrent quite a bit in this fight. Not necessarily to dodge attacks or avoid things, but kind of, well, yeah, to avoid things. Like his big AoEs, I find are quite a bit easier to avoid by like switching to Torrent and then avoiding them and then coming back in and jumping off of Torrent. That move can be jumped over, which is pretty nice. That's what I was trying to do initially. It's also much easier to dodge his fire projectiles at Torrent on range. He was kind of in an unfortunate position here. I forgot about this, but he got up on these rocks, which is not ideal terrain to fight him. Which I know is another complaint about him. His arena, like, it's very spacious, but the terrain isn't amazing. That was unfortunate, because I actually got a stagger, and his fire pillars kind of ruined it. But I believe 1 more charge heavy should take him into phase 2, where... And I mean, obviously, I'm sure if you've played the game, you know attack is left foot. Like, that's really all you want to be doing in phase 1. Phase 2, it's going to switch up, where his hands are actually his weak points. And I actually messed up here, because you can get 2 charged heavies in on his hands when this phase starts. But you don't want to be standing to the side like I was. You want to be standing in front of him, so that the fire pillars miss you. This one is kind of scary, but I actually usually kind of go in, because those volcano kind of molten rocks will land kind of all over the place. So I actually kind of like going in and taking my chances there to hit his legs while he's kind of locked into that animation. I'm not sure what he was doing here. That was a very weird animation from him. And basically what I'm trying to do now is just bait out that attack. You can get a jumping heavy on his eye, which is his biggest weak spot, but you gotta be careful, because he'll usually follow it up with an AoE fire attack like that. So I wouldn't go for any more than 1 attack on his eye when he belly flops like that. Generally, I'm trying to just kind of stick like a bit in front of him, like close enough that he doesn't do ranged attacks that much. This attack that he's about to do here is probably his scariest move. It has a ton of range. Like, I almost got cooked here. And you saw how far away from him I was. That definitely is his scariest move in this phase. And I think I get, yeah. I used just, that was a case where another flask might have actually won me the day, because I was pretty close to killing him, and the thing that sucked about that was dying that late in the fight. Like, it's a pretty lengthy fight. He has a lot of HP. And yeah, that was my first, or one of my first, like, proper deaths to Remembrance bosses, which was a little sad, but it's gonna happen. Like, there's no way I was doing this run deathless. I knew that going in. And like most people won't, realistically. But the only thing you can do is get up and go at it again. He'll almost always open with that attack, and again, this attempt got off to a brutal start because I lose Torrent. Like, I avoided damage, but I'm gonna have to use a red flash to resummon Torrent, which means I effectively lost some healing. Yeah, so if you get the physic, I guess it is a one hit to break his ankle, which is really nice. Actually, kind of didn't take that into account before. Like, I didn't consciously realize that. And then we just get to work on his ankle again. I assure you once again there, like, if I was locked on, there's no way I dodged that attack. And this one too, like his big shield slam, you can kind of just watch his foot. You don't have to worry about playing gymnastics with the camera. And yeah, it is much easier to see what's going on when you're not locked. And this time I actually do get to take advantage of his stagger. Those fireballs can be scary, but I knew he was really close to the phase transition. And here, I think I'm actually going to get it better. Yeah, standing right in front of his hands, it keeps you safe from the fire, and you can get those charged heavies in. And with this attack, like I said last time, I usually go in, and I actually get another stagger, which theoretically would have been amazing. But I guess what happened there, I'm not entirely sure what happened. That one baffled me a little bit, because I've never seen that happen before. I think what happened was because I staggered him as he was shooting out his rocks in different directions. All of the rocks that were kind of like coming out of him kind of fell in one spot, which was unfortunately right where I was headed for the riposte. And they just all exploded and one-shot me. I don't think that's something I could ever replicate if I tried. That is the characterization of an unlucky death. Like, I didn't do anything wrong, really. It was just really unfortunate. And the run had been going super well up until this point. But now having two phase 2 deaths to Fire Giant, I was a little upset. The first one was my fault for just playing badly, but that one, the run had actually been going... Like, that attempt was going very, very well until then. I don't even know if I had taken a hit until then. I might not have. Or if I did, it was very few hits. Like, it had been pretty clean. But all you can do is get up and go again. There's not a whole lot else to say here. Again, it's just hacking away. This attack is, like, unfortunately his foot kind of pushed me into it there, but if you... Oh yeah, that was kind of scary. But I would say his fire kind of storm coming up from the ground in phase 1, like, if you're at a decent distance, you definitely can exploit that to get some charged heavies. And the nice thing about Fire Giant is after pretty much every attack, he's vulnerable to a charged heavy. That one was... Unfortunately, I wasn't able to keep his foot in frame there, so I missed. And that was pretty scary. If I had not dodged either of those, I'd probably die. And at this point, I was a little bit flustered. I was definitely not playing ideally. But I go in, I get my 2 free charged heavies right at the start. And he doesn't go straight for the volcano. Oh no, he does, but he does the roll first. But I, being the mad lad that I am, I went for this anyway, even though it got me killed last time. That's why I think there must have been some element of RNG or like something that didn't go quite right there, because it didn't happen that time. And now it's kind of like I said with the first attempt, I'm just trying to stick in front of him and bait out the arm attacks as much as I can. Generally, when he slams one arm down, you can maybe get like a jump attack or an R1, but he's probably going to follow it up. These safe opportunities generally come from his two-handed slams. And yeah, like you see being on Torrent for those attacks, like triggering the fireballs and dodging those ranged moves, a lot easier while on Torrent, I find. Yeah, it's a little tough. You're not going to hit all your attacks when locked off, but I assure you locking on is really not great in this fight. I think maybe I'll even try it a couple times and you might see it, but I don't remember if that was in this run or in one of the other ones. But yeah, that two-handed slam is a good one. If you stand in the right spot, you might even be able to get a second charged heavy off. I'm losing my voice here. 1 second. Some good hydration in the middle of Fire Giant. Don't know how that one didn't hit me, but yeah, that two-handed slam is pretty consistent. And here he does the side flop, and I know one more hit to his weak spot. That's all we need. And I was happy with that fight. Like, honestly, after being pretty discouraged by the first two goes at it, that was a pretty clean Fire Giant fight. That was about as clean as you could hope for. Phase 1 was maybe a little slow. But now we head to Farah Missoula, which is the very, or kind of, I mean, we'll need to run through Elfail. But generally, like, I did have a bit of an incident there for sure, and that's not a great boss to have an incident with, mostly because it's such a long fight. Like, if I died like Morgott or Estelle or even Commander Nile, like, the graces are right there. You deal a lot of damage, so the fights are fairly short. Or even if it's a boss like Malekith that has like a short run back. But that boss fight is just so long that it sucks to die there. But it is a hard fight, admittedly. We're not as powerful generally as you would be in a normal playthrough. You would normally at this point probably have max flasks or close to it. You might have a +10 weapon. You might have more range. That would make being in close a little less sketchy. One other thing to note is it does not matter when you do this. The only... Like, there are no Remembrance bosses that get kind of, like, locked out by doing this transition. I know, like, burning the Erd Tree is when things in the world kind of, like, shift around and you get locked out of some stuff, but it doesn't lock you out of any Remembrance bosses. And in particular, I'm talking about Fia's quest. Like, you don't have to worry. She'll still show up for you, even if you don't trigger that at all until this section of the game. Which I think is cool. I think making it so that you don't have to worry about that stuff when routing or playing the game, worrying about like missing major content. It's kind of a plus because it means that the player can just go through the game at their own pace and not have to like always kind of have like that meta voice in the back of your head thinking like, am I gonna miss content? Am I gonna miss content? Like, you can just kind of explore as you so please. I missed Fortisax my first playthrough. Just because, I mean, you can understand he's very tucked away, and I unfortunately killed Fia. I don't usually kill NPCs in these games, but for some reason of all the NPCs, Fia kind of gave me like evil vibes, so I decided to kill her, and it wasn't until after the run that I kind of realized that I'd made an oopsie. You can grab this Grace here if you want to. Oh, I actually do. I don't think I always grab it, just because it's kind of a long run. But I guess it does make sense to level. At this point, I think I'm going to try to get my strength up to 50. I also would not push your endurance past 30. I don't, because you get diminishing returns on stamina past 30. And I mean, really, it would even be 25, because we have Radagon's Source Seal still, which is giving us +5 levels. So once you hit 30, like, you can probably stop leveling endurance, and then you can really just be kind of health and damage as you see fit. I almost jumped off there, and I actually did in one of my runs, which was really funny. Because I got the Grace right before it, it wasn't a huge time loss. But you do want to be careful jumping off that ledge, and you don't jump into the void. And yeah, Farah Missoula, when you run through it like quickly, it's actually not as long as it. Like, it's a long area in a casual run, but you kind of speed through it when you're just kind of beelining the main content. And I kind of dropped down twice. Like I drop down into that building and then drop down those stairs. It's gonna just make it a little faster of a path to Godskin Duo, who we are going to fight the exact same way we did Godskin Noble way back when, except our weapon is way stronger now. But it's the same principle. We're going to sleep pot them, stagger them, and essentially kill them like one at a time. This fight goes very weirdly because the logic with going into this is the Godskin Apostle will actually dodge your sleep pots. So you want to, generally the idea I had was to sleep pot the Noble and then fight the Apostle one-on-one until his phase transition. And then, where am I? Oh yeah, I'm going to... What am I doing here? I genuinely don't know what I'm doing here. Oh, I went to level up. Yeah, that makes sense. I went to just sell all my things to level up. There's almost certainly a better place to go to sell things than Round Table Hold. In fact, I think going to Kale is probably just the best place to go. It's like faster than doing this. But yeah, generally my approach to Godskin Duo is, yeah, I'm trying to get as much damage as I can. Generally my approach to Godskin Noble is you sleep pot Noble, you fight Apostle normally until he phase transitions. Because again, we don't have a lot of spare pots, we don't want to risk missing, so I fight him normally until his phase transition. Then I either try to sleep him, or if I'm able to get a stagger, usually you can just kill him outright. And then once that's done, I just stagger Noble out of the sleep and kill him, and then kind of repeat that process. But here things get a little weird because I throw the sleep pot and they both walk into it, which is not exactly what I want, because I want to be able to fight them one-on-one and not have them both active at the same time. So this was a little bit of a conundrum for me. I was trying to think of how I wanted to approach this, but in the end, I just ended up saying screw it. And I get both staggers at once. I should have gotten Godskin Noble first, because, yeah, you don't want to fight Godskin Noble phase 2, because he can do the rolling attack. I got lucky here, and he gave me the belly flop instead, which is much easier. Like, you can punish it right after he belly flops, and I just killed him. But yeah, the reason I wanted to kill Noble first is because now the Apostle is going to spawn first, and yeah, I think I tried to throw a sleep pot at him a couple times, but he's really, even if you're close up like that, like he jumped out of the cloud. But at this point, kind of what I'm looking for here is that, where he's going to summon the Noble back, and that is a great opportunity to sleep pot him. It's either going to be that or his phase transition. Those are two reliable times you can sleep pot the Apostle. Pretty much any other time he will jump away from your sleep pot. So unfortunately, again, I got them very close together by accident. So this was a very sloppy Godskin Duo. But at this point, it's low enough that I can just finish the Noble. But that did not go anywhere near what I had hoped. It was definitely very, very sloppy, but you kind of saw there that even with things not going well, like it was still a fairly easy fight. Because fighting them one-on-one with this weapon, it's not that bad. And even if you do find yourself in a situation where you're one-on-one with the Apostle, generally you can just either wait for a phase transition or him resummoning the Noble. Those are perfectly safe opportunities to sleep pot him. And really just the thing you want to avoid is having Noble be in phase 2 at all. You want to make sure you're sleep potting and then charged heavying him to get a riposte, and generally that should pretty much always kill him outright. Don't do sketchy parkour like that. there's a ramp right there. There's no need to do what I just did. But yeah, overall, it's not as free as Godskin Noble is, not by any means, but you also have a lot more health, you have a lot more damage. It's with the sleep pots, it's fairly doable. Here, we're going to get our last talisman. This is the talisman we've been waiting for, And that's just going to give us some extra physical damage resistance, which is always nice, especially at this point in the game. Funny though, again, I don't put it on, and I think my experiences with Fire Giant and with Godskin Duo kind of riled me a little bit, because I forgot to put that talisman on, which I should have. And I make another pretty big blunder here shortly. You do want to light that grace, because this area is very scary, because it has our arch nemesis, which is birds. I didn't really ever fully process until this run how insanely scary these birds are. Like the ones in Stormvale, there's the ones here. And the ones in Castle Sol too can be pretty scary. It's another area where I honestly don't really have that good of a strategy other than run and kind of hope for the best, try and avoid the lightning lull. Like, you don't want to stop for too long, obviously, but you kind of have to, like, do your best to avoid the lightning. So, I don't know. I'm sure you'll be fine. And once you get up here, assuming you don't get roasted like I did, you should be able to run straight past the dragon and up to this little shrine. There it is. There is our lovely Somber 10, which we could use to upgrade our weapon to +10. And I say could use because that's what you could and should do. But I didn't realize this until I watched bits and pieces of this beforehand just to, like, kind of remember a little bit of what happened and to make sure the footage was, like, not a total disaster. I never used this Somber 10. And that's what I meant by I think I was a little rattled at this point. I was kind of getting nervous and antsy about the time, which was kind of, like, a little bit disingenuous because I was looking at my recording time and not my in-game time, so I thought I was, like, closer to the 4-hour mark than I actually was at this point. I think sometime soon I will check the in-game timer, but at this point I was kind of rattled. So I didn't equip the talisman, and I don't go back to Roundtable Hold or use the Somber 10. So the rest of this run, I'm going to be using a +9 weapon for absolutely no reason. And there's just no need to do that. Get your weapon to +10. It's a pretty significant difference. It's like somewhere in the realm of, I want to say, like 50 extra damage per charged heavy. Maybe even more than that. And yeah, and again, at this point, we are literally done running, though. We have kind of gone everywhere, and now it's literally just boss rush time. And yeah, so there I checked the time at 3:07, which is a pretty good time. I'm at 50 or so minutes to kill like 7 or 8 bosses. And the only running left is after Loretta and Hailing Tree to get to Melania. The rest of them are pretty much just bang, bang, bang. And out of this roster of bosses, out of all of these, Moog is the one I'm most comfortable with. So that's who I go to. A couple things with Moog. When the fight starts, I wait for him to come to me, which I know is not ideal from a speed perspective, but I do not like fighting him on the stairs. Especially in Phase 2, it can be very sketchy. This fight, though, one of the reasons I'm so kind of confident in it, I mean, this fight doesn't start out great, but is his countdown. His countdown leaves him very vulnerable, which we'll see in a second, to the point where Phase 1 is kind of irrelevant. Because as soon as you just get a few hits on him, and he starts doing his countdown, which I think he'll start doing here, you can circle around back, and you should be able to more or less, like, I don't get it perfectly here, but you should be able to more or less just get a stagger, like, pretty quickly. Because you can get 2 charged heavies every time he does one of his countdowns, and then he's already below half health, as you see there. So if I had, like, who knows, if I had my +10 weapon and more stamina, I might have been able to kill him there. Like, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility. The unfortunate thing about his phase transition is because we only have 10 flasks, you do need to allocate 4, assuming you want to be fully healed for this phase, which you definitely do want. So this fight definitely is a little more demanding than some of the others, just because you're always going to have you're pretty much always going to have him eat 4 flasks during the phase transition. I don't know why that charge didn't damage me at all, but oh well, we take the W's where we can. But otherwise, this is just a pretty regular Moog. There aren't a huge number of opportunities for charged heavies. When he does those flying slam attacks, that is one of them. When he... I'll kind of try to point them out when he does them, but it's when he kind of flies up in the air and slams down. Those ones are generally going to be safe, but otherwise you're going to be doing more of the quicker attacks. I also don't know how that one avoided me. I don't know if that one that I just did there was perfectly safe either. I think I got kind of lucky on what he followed up with. Yeah, at this point I'm just looking for like a jump attack or something quick. As soon as he does that, I know I can end it, because that attack, that actually is one that you can consistently get a charged heavy on, because you can just strafe around it and then the follow-up will miss you. So that's kind of why, even though like Moog's phase transition is a little scarier in this run, because like you have less excess flasks to choose from. Phase 1 is just like, it allows you to chunk off so much health just because he has so much time where like there's so much of the time where he's just going to be spent doing his countdown while you're unleashing heavies on him. And the other reason I did this part now, or I did Moog first, but it's kind of helpful, is he drops the most runes. Out of all the bosses that are available to us now, he drops the most, so I was able to get the most levels. So here I opt to go to Malekith, who honestly, I think Malekith is the scariest fight in this run. It is... In all of my runs up until now, he has killed me at least once. In fact, in many cases, he's killed me more than once. He's killed me, I think, more than any other boss, like in total. And part of it is because he has... I'm sorry, I'm gonna take another sip of water real quick. Part of it is because he also has very few charged attack opportunities. There is a jump attack you can get in there when he does that kind of ground burst. But this fight, you just have to be so careful because he does so much damage. And your opportunities to get charged heavies in are almost non-existent. There's like a couple safe attacks you can do it in, and I will point those out. This is one of them. Had I not taken so long to roll out of the way unnecessarily, you can kind of, yeah, I really bungled it, because that's the one you want, where he scrapes the ground to the side like that. I mean, that one's not bad. You can get a jump attack off on it, which is always nice. But it's very rare you're going to get a stagger in phase 1, just because there's not a lot of opportunities to really build stagger. I try to get rolling R1s where I can. But yeah, that's the one we want. This attack you do not want to be in for. I'm sure you could try to stay close to him, but I do not. I find it way too scary. Like the throwing attacks, again, you can kind of punish. But then there's Malekith, and Malekith, I don't know what I was going for there, but I think he wrecked me. He wrecked me in like 5 seconds. You need to pay due deference to Malekith. Because he has a very... I don't know quite how to describe it other than to say that he can chain different attacks together kind of at will. So an attack that looks like it'll be safe sometimes will not always be. Because he can sometimes follow it up with something faster, or he can switch into different attacks very, very quickly. Which is cool, but it means you're really risking going for charged heavies other than in some very specific circumstances. Like, I think there is one case I can think of, and I'll try to point it out in phase 2. And yeah, see there, I finally remembered to put my damage talisman back on. I still don't remember to fix up my weapon, because I'm a goofball. This attack here, I think you actually can get a charged heavy off when he does that kind of combo and then ends with the stab into the ground. I think you do have enough time there. That's the other one that I do think is like fairly consistent. But generally I'm just doing pokes and like an occasional jump attack unless he does the scrape. The scrape is definitely what we want. There we go. You just want to make sure when you are attacking him there that you run kind of to his backside, because if you're too far like in front of him, you will take a hit. That was really scary. And when he does the throwing things, I try to get jumping hits when I can. And luckily I only have to deal with this phase for like 60 or so % of his health. The other part of the fight tends to go quite a bit faster. Oh yeah, and he like glitched through the pillars there a little bit. That was funny. A little bit of AI wonkiness. Alright, phase 2. Let's go. And so I went for a jump attack, and there you saw it again. Like, he switched out of that animation, and it made me get punished immediately. So I really cannot emphasize enough with this fight. Like, I think a lot of my issues with it are just over-aggressive. Like, things that seem safe being not. This attack is a good one when he does that kind of two-handed overhead slam. Because you can kind of just, like, you can almost always at least get an R1 in, or 2. That attack there, when he does Destined Death, that attack scared me a lot for the longest time until I realized you can... The real consistent way to avoid it is just to roll or jump. I find jumping is even easier, like, and do it like to the side. And you can become completely safe by doing it that way. There, I think I tried to go to... Yeah, I tried to go to a charged heavy, but it's just so scary to attempt it. I think in general, you're much better off going for jump attacks, even if you have a slightly longer opening. Like this one here, like you're usually... Yeah, like you see I was able to get the charged heavy off, dodge the hit, but unfortunately... Yeah, I was maybe a couple frames off there. That one definitely upset me because I was like very close to being able to dodge that. I'm pretty sure I was hammering away at the circle button. I was maybe a few frames off. But that's what I was talking about, how like he can switch up what he's doing like very, very quickly. He can look safe one moment and then pivot into another move. So committing to even like jump attacks can be questionable. And at this point, I remember like I was starting to feel pretty discouraged. Like the run had gone so well up until Fire Giant, and since then it had kind of been going sideways. Other than like, I mean, mode was good, but I felt like I was choking it pretty badly here, and I kind of was. Especially since that attempt, I was so close to killing him, and I just got a little greedy going for a jump attack that I probably shouldn't have. So I was definitely feeling the heat going into this attempt. And I think I made some sloppy mistake. Yeah, like not being able to get a punish on that attack was pretty bad. Usually that one's like pretty easy. I was starting to get a little frustrated. Yeah, like you can see me taking like these kind of silly, yeah, there's another one. Just like silly damages that I normally wouldn't take. There's finally the attack I'm looking for. After he seemed like he was kind of stalling me for a while. And that's the other thing too. This beast clergyman was a troll, man. He was stalling me. He was stalling me constantly. Just non-stop ranged attacks. And sometimes that's just how it is. Like, and you can't force the issue, or he's just gonna combo you to death. But yeah, here's another time he does that. And I think that's the first time I kind of realized, oh, I actually can get a charged heavy there. And now, attempt numero tres. on Malekith. And this time I, like, see, that's how thin the margin is. I was able to avoid it last time just because I was ever so slightly faster on getting the charged heavy off. And that's just how thin the margin is here. Like, that's another one where you kind of can get it if you trigger the animation early enough. But you just gotta be wary for what he can do as soon as whatever animation he's doing ends. And I'm, yep, like that. The roar attack is not a good one to punish. It looks like you can jump back in pretty safely, but I assure you, as you saw there, it is a really bad one to punish because he can follow up. Like, there's almost no recovery frames. Once the roar's done, he can launch into pretty much anything. And if he does that spin attack, like, you're basically dead. Which is funny, because the spin attack on its own is not that scary. It's just a double dodge. But I think it's what killed me in all three of these last attempts. Because it came right after a move where I thought I was safe to get a jump attack in, and he was able to just get it off slightly faster than I was, so... And yeah, I'm checking the time there. 40 minutes left, and we still have Melania, who, by any metric, is a very, very tough fight. So I was feeling the heat at this point, because my first attempt, Melania took like a while. So even though it looks like we're close to the end, like, I was nervous. And we still got Placidusax, who also went very, very poorly for me my first time. So that's what was contributing to the disappointment. I really felt like I was on pace to get the time I wanted, and it just felt like it was all falling apart here with still like some of the hardest content to go. Luckily, this Beast Clergyman went fairly nicely. I probably should have taken the charged heavy there instead of the riposte, to be honest. Oh, and yeah, the riposte, fun fact, if you riposte into a phase transition, you don't get kind of placed. Like, you don't get placed at the normal spot. Also, I was going to point out the one attack I do think is pretty safe with Malekith, and it's the one where... Yeah, see, he almost got me that time too, but I only did an R1. And this time, yeah, see, I don't go in there. I had learned my lesson by this point, and I somehow got a second stagger on him, which was really surprising. But the one attack that I find like I can consistently get the charged heavy is not that one, but it's the one where he lands on his sword and jumps backward. I don't remember if he does it again in this fight. That was very scary. I almost choked that one away. And if that had hit me, it would have also certainly killed me. Yeah, it's this attack here, because he'll jump backwards, and if you roll back... Unfortunately, my R2 missed, but had it not missed, that is the attack I find you can consistently punish. Once he leaps back, if you like roll with him and trigger the animation like right as soon as your roll ends, you should hit him kind of like as he lands. And if you do it fast enough, like by the time your animation finishes, he will have just landed, and then you're kind of both free to, like, you're gonna be free to react to whatever he does next. So that was actually a pretty decent Malekith. Like, I was happy with that fight. It was just a shame that it took 4 attempts to get there. And 2 of them were pretty much me dying to the same thing, was trying to get greedy on his roar. The other thing to keep in mind is because... Yeah, so I go to Placidusax now. Is because his weapon like lowers your max HP, it often makes it look like you have more health than you have. Because your health bar is kind of cut off, it's easy to glance at the top and think, oh, I'm only missing like 10% of my HP, I'm fine. When you don't realize you're actually missing way more than that. It's just that the top of it is kind of cut off. I think in my second death, that's what that also kind of did me in, because had I noticed I was missing that much health, I probably would have healed normally. But it didn't look like I was missing as much as I actually was. So Malekith, very scary. Honestly, phase 2 is scarier than phase 1. Phase 1, if you just look for those consistent openings and get like rolling R1s in otherwise, when he does like his ranged attacks and stuff, you'll generally be fine. It's just phase 2, you have to really be selective, and maybe even like other than that jump back attack where he jumps on his sword, like it's probably best to just avoid charged heavies altogether. But now we just do the long run to Placidus Axe. This fight went very badly my first run. This was the one that killed my time. I think I died like 4 times to him, and twice were to the lasers, which is very late in the fight. But then in my second run, I had like a god tier Placidus Axe. I actually managed to get a very convenient stagger, and I skipped his final phase with the lasers entirely. So I was very unsure about how this was gonna go because I felt like I had kind of 2 very different experiences with him. He'll almost always start off with the triple lightning. The nice thing about it is you should be able to get a charged heavy in between each bout of lightning if you time it right. Like, yeah, I get the thing, run out of range, and then get another one. He'll almost always follow up with the fire breath attack, so do be aware of that. You don't want to run in front of him like I just did. Generally, when he's doing the triple lightning, you want to like stick kind of behind him. That attack is also punishable, but not if you're out in front like that, because it creates just a wall of fire. And unfortunately, I think he does the nuke, yeah. I was kind of annoyed, because at this point, I felt like he was just stalling the fight. He does have a few stalling moves, unfortunately. The nuke is kind of one of them. You don't really have a choice other than to run away. And as I'm sure you can see, he has quite a bit of health. And that's another stall move. So at this point, I was a little annoyed with him, because you can't really advance when that fire's coming out. But again, the lightning is actually one that I do like, because it's pretty consistent opportunities to get some charged heavies. And if you get enough of them, you should be able to, yeah, but yeah, there's the follow-up fire coming behind him. He'll almost always do that after the lightning. So it's just something to keep in mind. But assuming you've gotten enough charged heavies, you'll get exactly that, a stagger. And he has a long enough kind of, he'll sit there for long enough, you should be able to get a charged heavy before you take the riposte. I whiffed on it there like an absolute chump. But with that, you should be able to get 2 more charged heavies as he takes off. And he should be, assuming if I had gotten that other charged heavy, he'd be at like 50% HP right now, which is pretty good. Like, this was going decently to this point. The teleports, you generally can get a hit in after. If you're in the right spot, like, you should generally be able to follow up with at least 1 R1. You won't be able to get charged heavies, obviously, when he's teleporting all over the place. There's the nuke again, which I actually didn't mind in this instance, because I kind of wanted to take a second to heal. I also, at some point, I don't remember exactly when I did this, but I switched out my strength tier for the stamina tier. And I did that simply because at this point we're getting pretty diminishing returns on strength. I just noticed because I looked right now. I honestly don't remember the exact point which I do it. I do it in all of my runs at some point when I'm like hitting around 50 strength. But I don't remember the exact point I did it here. It might have been after Godskin Duo. And my Physic Flask does run out here, which is kind of unfortunate. And the other thing I'm doing here is I'm really trying to get another stagger, because I don't want to deal with his laser phase if I don't have to. Like, I'm really, really trying desperately. I think if I had gotten that attack there, I might have been able to get it. But unfortunately, we're gonna have to deal with lasers. And the way I do it is I dodge straight through his, and assuming you dodge through his dive attack, you should be able to run like immediately to his right. And if you do, you should be completely safe. As long as you keep full sprinting to his right, you should be totally safe from the lasers. If you get hit, you're not going to be able to be fast enough to run to the side, like enough. So you're actually going to have to dodge your way through the lasers in that case. But that was a pretty... I was pretty satisfied with that, considering I died to those lasers twice in my first run. And I didn't even see the lasers in my second run. That, being able to avoid it all there felt pretty good. And this last part of the fight is kind of just a jack of all. He'll kind of mix in a little bit of everything here. His normal attacks, his teleporting, his flyaways. So it can get a little drawn out. This last part of the fight, I think he does stall me quite a bit here, which is kind of annoying. I know there's a way to kind of bait him, like, to where he'll land. Like, if you stand close to the edge of an arena, like next to a wall, he'll land, like, right in front of you, which is a more consistent kind of way to not have to deal with some of his attacks in this phase, but I don't do it. I've never really even attempted that, so I don't know how it works. But yeah, he teleports away again, and at this point I'm just like, come on, man, like, just give it to me. But with that attack, I know I had enough time to finish it with 2 charged heavies. Joe Placidusac's down. There's only a few more to go. And I do Melania now, and there's actually a very specific reason I do Melania now, and that is because in my second run, Placidusax was my Achilles heel in my first run. My second run, the boss that actually killed me the most was Gideon Ofnir. And I know that might sound silly, but it's because I did him early. I did him basically the way I did it was I ran straight through to Fire Giant, Malekith, and then went all the way to Gideon Ofnir before tackling any of the other bosses. And as a result, he had only the basic spell kit, which is, I learned the hard way, was way more difficult to deal with. I'll talk about that more later. Now we're dealing with Loretta, who is pretty much the same as Carrie Emanuel Loretta. She has a few new moves. She has a little bit more magic, but it's kind of the same deal where mostly I'm going to be just hitting her with rolling R1s or jumping R2s. But I am going to be looking for charged attack opportunities. There's not a ton of them until I'm either able to stagger her or phase transition her, but if you can kind of like get behind her, there are some opportunities. Like that attack, if I managed to get to the other side of her, I might have been able to get it off. But man, this was another pretty sloppy fight. Yeah, like there it was kind of scary to go for it there because she shed the swords out, but generally it's if you can kind of get behind her like I do there, even though she ran away. Because like I mentioned before, when you get behind the boss, they can't just follow up with you as easily. They kind of have to rotate around first. I got kind of lucky there. I'm not sure quite how I avoided that. I managed to parlay it into a stagger, which is always nice because it gives you 2 free. And then I get another one during her phase transition, so that was super helpful. But yeah, when she does the lance attack, if you dodge kind of into it when it ends, like here she does the triple one, and this one is scary. That third hit has quite the delay on it, but if you can dodge kind of into her, it is a free charged heavy. If you end up straight in front of her, it might not be as safe. Same with the 2-hit variant. But if you kind of dodge straight through it and end up behind her, you should be able to get a charged heavy there. And now we run to Melania. At this point, we're like, in real time, I'm at 346, but in game I think it's more like 340 or so. So I was close. I was really sweating at this point. Because, like I said, Gideon Ofnir killed me the most, and the main reason he did is because he had the basic spell kit. Well, I should profess, most of it was skill issue. Like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. There was definitely some massive skill issue happening. But the main reason the skill issue was happening was because he only had the basic kit, which is actually... I know it sounds kind of weird, but the more spells he gets, at least I find, the easier he is. Like, I mean, like he had the basic kit plus Rykard's Rancor, but Mohg's spell is really easy to deal with and kind of just attack him through. Same with Malenia's, like the Scarlet Aeonian is like not a very difficult spell to deal with Gideon. And what else does he gain? He gains something else. I think he gains like the Black Flame attack, the Godskin Noble circle of black fire thing. I'm glossing over my pathing here, by the way. I'm so sorry. I'm just kind of running through in a way that will make most of the stuff miss me. Like I run kind of up and down these railings to the point where I can get on this roof and then jump down. Like at this point I've basically circumvented all of the enemies. The only other jump I take is I run up here and then do a somewhat sketchy, it's not really that sketchy, but jump onto there and bam. We don't have to run past like the archery avatar or anything like that. If you do fall, like you can't just run by the enemies, like you should be fine. I generally do like to light this grace though, just because we are going to go through some Scarlet Rot in a second. So we need to be kind of ready for that. And at this point, we're approaching the point where leveling doesn't matter. Like 60, because we're hitting the soft caps for really all of our stats. Like our carry weight doesn't really matter. So 30 endurance, we're kind of soft capped. Health, we're soft capped at 60, and we're almost soft capped at 60 damage. And we actually are already kind of soft capped in both because we still have Radagon's Sword Seal on. So at this point, especially if you got the Crimson Amber Medallion, it honestly might be more worth putting that on at this point and saving yourself the damage resistance. Like, I don't know, that maybe that would be more optimal. But here we go, trudging through the muck. Yeah, I think if I were to run this again, maybe that's what I would do, like around this point, maybe even a little earlier. Because having some extra damage resistance, like at this point, like I know the Sword Seal is great early on, but I think at this point in the run, it's probably, I haven't rigorously tested it, but it's probably, like especially from the health perspective, like I don't know if the extra damage resist outweighs the health. I know in the beginning of the run, the health outweighs the damage resist loss pretty substantially. But I don't know if that would be still the case now. I'd be willing to bet it probably doesn't, to be honest. And since we're only leveling the 3 stats, like, I don't know, maybe it's worth doing. But once you rest, we're just literally running to Malenia. There actually is one more thing I pick up, though. You don't have to get this if you don't want to. It's a pretty minor upgrade. But I just grabbed the more powerful variant of the Dragon Shield Talisman, just because it's right here. Just jump down on into this ledge, and it's in this chest here. I do a dropping heavy on the way in just to make sure I kind of clear the area and don't get stun locked. I didn't even really hit anything there, but and yeah, this room can be a little scary with everyone shooting projectiles at you. But I make sure I actually put it on, which is pretty abnormal of me. And now we're going to fight Malenia, who is, like, there's no doubt this is the fight, and I'm like 20 minutes left. I was pretty nervous. I know I probably have at most like 3 attempts at this. And the key for Malenia, like, it's kind of the same as Malekith, where you really have to respect her. I think she actually has a lot more openings than Malekith does, personally. But you do not want to force anything. I'm going to try to point out kind of my approach to this as I go. But yeah, it is very much a fight where you really have to kind of, you can't force anything. You gotta be reacting to what she's doing at all times. Generally, her attacks can be, like, you can get hits in, like, even sometimes during her moves, and it'll kind of stun her, like, this attack here is the best one she can give you, because you can get 2 hits as she winds it up, and there's the spooky waterfowl, which I will talk a little bit about later. I forgot that it came out this quickly. But that attack where she does the charged, kind of long delayed wind up, jumps up in the air and slams down is the best one, because you can get at least 1 if not 2 R1s during the wind up, and then you can get a charged heavy as she comes down. So it's just really good damage. Her kick attacks are nice because you can always follow them up with an R1, assuming you don't get knocked down by them. I just try to outspace them more or less. That attack I try to generally just dodge to the side, and usually you can follow up with a jumping R2. That attack too is another. Like, yeah, I have very specific responses to kind of all of the attacks. It's kind of hard to talk about in real time. Not sure what I was doing there. But yeah, when you always kind of want to be wary of waterfowl, and as soon as she goes up, like, yeah, I got a pretty good dodge off there. You want to run away. The nice thing about Serpent Hunter is you can keep a little bit of extra range, and I highly, highly recommend using that whenever you can. Like, you see, when I go in for these pokes, I'm not right up against her. I'm at like the edge of my blade's range, like as much as possible, and it's to kind of make sure I'm keeping as much distance as I can, so I have the most opportunity to avoid waterfowl. Unfortunately here she did it in a really bad spot for me, and it just killed me outright. I probably would have survived it had I had full HP. But because I knew at that point that I was like, okay, I had to be a lot more careful. Although on the flip side, she did also like just do waterfowl, so I was kind of surprised she did it again so quickly. But sometimes it just is what it is. One more thing to note is I don't drink my flask in phase 1, because this fight is so long, it'll definitely like outlast my physics, so I save it for phase 2. I bungled that attack there, the best one. That attack there, when she jumps up and thrusts towards you, you can kind of roll with her. And then I always go for a jumping charge or a jumping R2 afterwards. It is very, very consistent and consistently safe. I got a stagger. Her stagger I feel is pretty inconsistent. I don't know what it is about it, but I feel like sometimes I stagger her like pretty easily, and sometimes it just takes forever to get the stagger off. That's a much cleaner waterfowl dodge, because she actually did it when I wasn't attacking, like actively attacking her. But generally, as long as you're like always, like, you see how every hit I'm kind of like always backing off a little bit? It's just a matter of kind of always being ready for the potential for it to come out. And like, admittedly, she can kind of pull it out like almost whenever. There's always like a 5% chance you can just get screwed. And I know some people like don't like that about her. I have a lot of thoughts on this boss, like quality wise. It's probably not like the best place to kind of lay those all out here. But I'll just say, kind of as a Cole's notes, that I do really appreciate the level of challenge she provides. I think it's like it's well above and beyond anything else in this franchise. So I definitely don't. I wouldn't blame anyone for being nervous about doing this kind of run simply because of Melania. My kind of suggestion, at least if you're really trying to get better at this game, is to like just practice Melania. Like, even if you're like, you set yourself a time goal for this run and Melania is just stonewalling you, like, use that as an opportunity to practice and get better at her. The only reason I'm this like comfortable with her moveset generally, like, I wouldn't even say I'm great at this fight, but the only reason I'm able to kind of hang to the level that I am is because I beat this game at rune level 1. So I kind of had to, I was forced to over many grueling hours, like really learn to like master the moveset. Here's a really important note. If you visceral her to empty your health bar in phase 1, she will not die. You need to do extra hits if she gets up. Which I'm really surprised that hasn't been patched yet. Because there's been issues with that, like since the game came out, with like her transition to phase 2 out of a stagger. And yeah, I'm surprised, but once phase 2 starts, I always run away from her, drink the physic, and then run in and get one charged heavy. You should be able to get it pretty consistently. And what you want to look for are these attacks, where she jumps down and spawns those kind of butterfly pools in front of her, because those are probably the best, safest, and most consistent times to get the charged heavies off in this phase. And other than that, though, it's not that much different from phase 1. Like, she can sometimes follow it up with another jump like that. But if she is, you should still have kind of enough time to avoid it. And yeah, then she does what I think is the scariest attack. I don't know how to dodge this. Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, don't ask me how I did. Generally, like, it's really just a case of me dodging kind of back and forth, like in the opposite direction that the clones come in. But other than that, it's more or less just me hoping for the best. Like, I am not great at dodging at it. I don't really even kind of consciously like recognize the exact inputs I'm making. It's kind of just instinctual. And I know people can dodge it fully. I've seen people do it. But I am not your person for a tutorial on that attack. But I find it way sketchier than waterfowl, because waterfowl, at least at this point, I'm pretty consistent about like not being too aggressive and being able to usually outspace it once she does the jump into the air, and then dodging the second and third parts of it aren't usually that bad. I did get kind of lucky in this second phase, though. She used the Scarlet Aeonia a lot, which is a time waster, but it's also a free charged heavy. And I think she did. I was baffled at this point and like pretty upset, because I was counting my lucky stars that I survived that attack once. The fact that I survived it twice, I don't know if I've ever done that before in a Malenia fight. And she does at this point, I was getting so frustrated. Well, not frustrated, but I was getting so anxious that I decided to just YOLO it and go for 2 charged heavies here. Like, I ran in a little early, but I just fully committed. I'm pretty sure she was going for a grab there. So I think if I did not kill her, I almost certainly would have gotten grabbed, which I don't know if it would have one-shot me, but it would have been close. But with Malenia dead, like at this point, I was feeling a lot better. It was a pretty scary phase 2 with her using the clone attacks twice, because that clone attack 2 shots you. If 2 of those things hit you, you're almost certainly gonna die. And again, I have not perfected the method of dodging it. Like I think with waterfowl, you kind of generally can get into the rhythm of, okay, like keep your distance generally. Once you see her jump up, get as much distance as you can, even if you don't manage to avoid all of it. If you're able to avoid most of it, like you'll generally be able to avoid the other 2 parts generally fine. But yeah, Malenia, definitely very scary. Only through dozens of hours of rune level 1 attempts was how I was able to get familiar enough with her moveset that 2 tries was feasible. Definitely, like that's the way I expect most people will struggle with. Will look at this run and be like, are you crazy? But for me, it's Malekith, for some reason. But anyways, it's time to... I've got 14 minutes to finish this off, so I'm going to hope and pray that Gideon goes a little better. The nice thing about him is on your first attempt, you can get 2 free charged heavies right off the rip here. And he actually does Rykard's spell, which gives me a chance for 2 more. And had I pressed him there, I might have actually been able to kill him, like, outright. But this is the reason what I mean when I say, like, his more advanced moveset is actually easier.
Because these attacks, like Mohg's attack and that attack, like, you don't want him spamming combat. Like, you see how much damage that did to me. And the Radagon's Golden Rays and the like shield he gets where like it'll retaliate if you attack him too much, like those are the really scary attacks. The spells he gets from like the bosses are not like the scary ones, which is why I actually think fighting him after you've killed all of the, like the demigods and all that is infinitely makes the fight infinitely easier. Even though it like the Scarlet Aeonia is a time waster, but and had I not been a little bit slower there, he might have gotten those comets off on me, but that definitely felt good after he pretty much single-handedly tanked my second run. I mean, I also died a couple times to Horaloo in my second run, so that didn't do me any favors, but at this point I was fairly confident because well, you're gonna see the final boss does not scare me. And like even from my first run, like unfortunately Radagon, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, Radagon is very vulnerable to this build. Godfrey, like not as much, but like at this point I'm pretty confident that I would finish it in time. I'm not kidding when I say Gideon, like Malakath I knew would be scary, Melania is always scary. Placidusax I was scared of just because of how it went in my first run. I don't know if I mentioned, but Fia's Champs also killed me a few times in my first run, so that getting that one on my first try here felt good. I level one last time. You don't really need to, but I wanted to rest at least to get my flask. But like I said, at this point, like leveling isn't super giving us a ton of benefits. When it comes to Godfrey, we're going to be fighting him pretty similarly to Horaloo. Or to Gold Spirit Godfrey, which is where we're going to be looking for his spin attack. That's like the one we're going to want, and other than that, we're just going to be getting like a few jump attacks, a few pokes here and there, like that attack there. It's the one we want. And he's another fight where you can take advantage of some scripted moves at certain points in his health bar. Mainly the one where he does the big roar. This one missed. Yeah, that one missed. Which kind of sucked. That might have pushed him into like his phase 1.5. Instead he does the stalling move. Yeah, this wasn't a super clean phase 1. I guess it wasn't that bad, because yeah, once you get like 2 to 3 charged heavies, he'll be like at about 2/3 or so health, and this attack, like, I got a little greedy going for 2. You probably should just go for 1. Because then you can also get like 1 or 2 as he recovers, and that should be enough to force phase 2. And phase 2 is very scary because it's again going to essentially revolve around exploiting his kind of phase 2.5 change where he does that roar. Because much like phase 1, it leaves him very vulnerable. But other than that, like, he is very aggressive, he does a ton of damage, so I don't go for anything other than jump attacks or pokes here, and even then, like, you can see him kind of taking hits. Unfortunately here I backed off right as he did it. I didn't realize how much damage I had done to him, but I did decide to go kind of ballsy and go for a charged heavy as he was getting up. I would not say that's safe. But if he's about to stagger, like, yeah, that does end the fight, essentially. So I would say phase 2, it's kind of like another one of those Malakath or Melania situations where you don't want to be pressing things too much, you don't want to get too greedy. You want to kind of just poke at him until that roar attack shows up, and then you should be able to get at least 1 charged heavy and at least 1 jump attack as he finishes it. And if you're feeling really gutsy, you can maybe even get an additional charged heavy as he rises from it, which should probably stagger him, but it's going to depend, like, if you staggered him earlier in the fight or whatnot. Like, that's kind of going to vary a little bit. So 351, heading into the very last boss. And much like Horaloo, Radagon has a lot of scripted parts of his scripted moves that we're going to take advantage of here. You should be able to get a jumping attack right away. Except that time because he did a stomp. That two-handed slam is safe to do a charged heavy, and yeah, after that follow-up, that attack's a little tricky. I got kind of lucky there that he staggered, but if you're able to dodge like his follow-ups at the end of like most of his combos, he leaves himself vulnerable. And at about 2/3 health, he'll do this attack where he jumps up into the air, and he'll stomp and jump up into the air. I was pretty upset that I got hit by the stomp, because usually you can get a jumping attack on him as he kind of rises up. That spinning slash is another one where it's pretty free, and he follows it up with another like right away. He did 3 in a row. That's kind of insane. He did 3 attacks in a row there, all punishable with a charged heavy. And yeah. And do know he does have some iframes as he gets up. Like I had to wait a second there to like hit him with a charged heavy as he was getting up. But yeah, I feel like that was so fast. I feel like I didn't even get a chance to really mention all the things I wanted to. But the two main like scripted attacks you want to look for are the stomp and the golden. Like I didn't even really show how to deal with his golden attack because I staggered him out of it. But we're on to Elden Beast anyway. When the fight starts, you want to run over to his side, and you should be able to get 4 charged heavies here. It's not going to be enough to stagger him, and depending on what he does here, like sometimes he runs away, but I got really good RNG in this fight. Because he came right back at me, in the 5th one I was able to stagger him. And he has a very long stagger animation. Like, he'll sit there for a while. So, like, yeah, like, I mean, it's been, like, what, 15 seconds at this point? Maybe 20, and he's already... And again, he came back. Like, usually he'll teleport away. But he just kept coming at me with melee attacks here. I thought I would potentially just end the fight right now. Unfortunately, he does eventually run away and do what I thought he was going to do, which is the ring attack. I thought, like, that's what he was going to do initially when he runs away, because that's what he normally does. But I don't know what I did. I just got very lucky with the RNG, and I feel like, looking back on this, I did it with Radagon too. He summons Elden stars, but I am just ending it. I am not messing around at all. And that is it. That is all 15 Remembrance bosses dead in about 3 hours and 54 minutes. I forget what the exact time is, but I'm going to check it pretty much as soon as I exit here. I don't know when like the official end time of a run should be. Like, I know for speedrunners there's a point where they like quit out. But typically I just go to credits, go to roundtable hold, and then quit out. But yeah, the Radagon Elden Beast fight, like, honestly, as long as you're not getting too over greedy, there's a lot of opportunities for charged heavies. Like, I still can't believe that one instance where he gave me 3 in a row that I could punish with the charged heavy. That was admittedly kind of lucky. And again, I have a little bit deeper of an understanding of his moveset, because I would say, aside from Melania, he's the fight that took me the longest to learn at level 1. So I got very familiar with which attacks are safe. So it is definitely possible that fight like might not be as easy if you're not as familiar with the game. But just in general, I do feel like he's a pretty accommodating fight for this build, just because of how many opportunities there are. And also the scripted parts of his fight that you can kind of take advantage of. Even the triple ring slam, which you didn't really even get to see there in my fight. Generally, like the first 2 slams, you can kind of just poke at him, and then there is kind of a complicated dodge where you can kind of like circle around him for the 3rd hit, or you can just back off and dodge it normally. You can kind of do whatever. But that is it. That is just under 3 hours and 55 minutes. All 15 Remembrance bosses. And it's Godric, Renala, Regal Ancestor Spirit, Rykard, Morgott, Estelle, Lich Dragon Fortisax, the Fire Giant, Malekith, Moog, Horalu, Radagon Elden Beast. I'm forgetting some for sure because I have a bad Radon. Did I mention Radon? Yeah. I didn't lay them all out, but I got them all. And like you saw, that run was not perfect by any means. It was not a perfect run, especially towards the end. There were some blunders, there were some mental blunders, and I wanted to show that, like, even with that, even with, you know, not having some perfect fights near the end, even with some mistakes, with not an optimal route, like, even with the adjustments I made, I know this route is not optimal. I mean, clearly it's not. Like, I'm not challenging any pro speedrunner times, but I really think, other than maybe Melania, like, if you've played Elden Ring, I want to say like twice, you could pick up this run. And it requires no like metagaming, no complex like learning any skips. And that's like what really appealed to me about this. Just the idea that you can play this massive game with all its content in like one sitting. Like 4 hours is a long sitting, and in real time it's a little more than 4 hours, but if you were to optimize this, you could probably get it down to like 3.5 hours. If you like barely died, maybe routed things a little better. I think there are even further time savings to be had, like for sure. And I didn't want to grind to that point. Like I didn't want to showcase like an optimal run or have to like showcase an optimal run. I wanted to show that like even with like significant mistakes, like it is very doable, mainly with the right build. Like hopefully I kind of demonstrated there how powerful charged attacks can be, not just because of their damage, but getting bosses to stagger and take advantage of the scripted moves a lot of them have. It can be extremely, extremely powerful. So yeah, that's pretty much the end of the run. I don't really know like if I'll do anything else like this. I kind of did want to kind of dip my toes into making content on YouTube, and I doing this on the spur of the moment actually interrupted a much bigger project that I was working on that is quite a bit more sophisticated than this. So I don't know how this will fare as my first like video, but stay tuned. If you did enjoy it, there's definitely going to be more stuff on the way. If there's any feedback, like again, my like recording setup is totally scuffed. Like it hasn't fully been tested yet. But if there's anything kind of any feedback in terms of the format, in terms of things you might like to see that are Soulsborne related, do let me know. The other project that I've been working on is also Soulsborne related, and it's definitely a lot more in depth than this. It's not just commentary. It is a little bit something a little bit more involved that I hope people will be excited about. But that is it. That is it for this run. If you have any questions or comments about it, leave them down below, I guess. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Hopefully, maybe you learned something about Elden Ring or its bosses, or if you thought beating the game in this kind of time seemed absurd. Hopefully, I kind of showcased how it can be done in a reasonable time. And yeah, that's about it. So I guess hope you guys have a good day, and I will hopefully see you guys soon with a fun little Soulsborne surprise. Thank you all.